OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I made that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with Dizzy. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang, taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. But fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I think I'm cute, I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot, I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're all around. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Get your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome. Welcome everybody to the Pocket Locker Podcast. It is your boy Pocket Locker 86 with the victory, aka Dr. J Bundy, aka David Blackman, aka Mr. 60 Minutes himself. And as always, folks, I'm missing fucking weed. Let's do this right. Hold on. We got new viewers. We got to show them how we start the show. Folks, as always, I am in Mythvision style. Airplane mode. Y'all already know what time it is. Welcome to all the new viewers, all the new subs, all the new people coming over from Mythvision. I appreciate you. Want to send a special shout out to Derek for the feature today. It was really a big deal. For those of you that are wondering why you didn't get any notice, I didn't get any notice. Derek hit me up. He was like, yo, bro, what are you doing? I was like, sitting here and working on some stuff backstage and gather. You want to do it live? Shit, yeah, let's do it live. So, I really appreciate it. We've been lingering at like the 375-ish subscriber mark in a few minutes on Mythvision, and boom, we are now damn near close to 450. We're gonna be doing a 500 plus subscriber stream here shortly. But no, I appreciate it all. Let's show the new people how we get down, folks. Time to link up with the gang. Let's go ahead and have ourselves some communion. If you're new here and you don't know the ritual, just go ahead and act like you do. We will go ahead and make sure you get set up. I hope you've got some alcohol, some weed, whatever gets you in your mood. If you're new, if you're a teetotaler, you do some coffee, whatever you do, whatever gets you in your mode, it's time to go. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, that's that good whiskey right there. That was our communion hymn, and we are going to go ahead and get into our communion song. And since we've got some new viewers, we're going to go ahead and double feature this communion song thing so y'all could go ahead and catch a vibe. The first one comes to us from our favorite rapper, who happens to be one of my favorite cousins. Notice I said one of, you know, cousins get sensitive. Cousins get sensitive if you don't mention their name. It's the boy OG Roddy, and this is called the MJ Interlude. You get it at itsairplanemode.com.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa.
Working hard on my stuff is the problem.
show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college.
Shout out to Whoopi Smiles for my balls.
Still moving with the pack like my partners. Put the John on them jets cause we wildin'. Put the boulders a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first
Get some grub up in here.
My first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga.
Goddamn.
Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the pitch.
Let's go. And I make this egg and we got a bag.
Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map.
Took a leap from where I brought it back. Started balling now, Chris calling cats. Got him steady calling for the mode, but I'm on the road, gotta call him back. Alright, so I can go ahead and drop the link. I didn't drop the links for the stream in case anybody wants to call in. I'll go ahead and do that real quick.
All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead
And then
areas
during
should
this
now
next
be clear.
song, I'm gonna give out
All
pocket
electronic
change
devices
for
should
the
now be
people that
turned
got
off
here
and stowed,
first.
as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication.
This ain't. I don't know if y'all watched that lame ass Doug over on PineCreek. This ain't PineCreek. We don't got no fake channel points and none of that around. I know y'all hear that. Here's 5,000 Nathan Nichols, nigga. What the fuck are Nathan Nichols? Nothing. They're nothing. What do you do with a Nathan nickel? Jack shit. Not a goddamn thing. Oh, cool. Here's 10,000 Pine Points. Thanks for being first in my stream. Cool. And what exactly can I redeem with these Pine Points? Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. I mean, this is the type of problem that's going on in our community. We got people out in our community giving out fake ass channel points.
This makes sense.
I know YouTube. You got to tell them. It just shows you what type of terrible people we've been dealing with out. You got to raise your standards of what you expect from your YouTubers. All right, here we go, y'all. This is everybody's truly favorite communion song. It is sort of the theme song for our community around here. We want this to be the big tent, lots of different people, lots of different ideas, but that place where, we get together, most of us every day. We're really in each other's lives throughout the weeks, the months, and hopefully the years to come. And so this is that place where you just want to go to that place where everybody knows your name.
Dublin, and he's going to
So
play
this
us
is our
out.
theme song. Also join us and gather where we're actually watching Cheers. I think we're about to strike up season 4. I think we're also on season 4 of Weeds. We've been watching a lot of movies. So those of you that are new, you're going to learn about this community. Our hub is actually Gather. We're YouTube, got a YouTube channel, but we try to get everybody set up and linked up and Gather. That way you can be with us even when we're not live. We also have a Discord. So here's where everybody knows your name, and thank you all for tuning in.
Hey, what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, look forward to this. Five bands, take it away.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got.
All right, if anybody wants to call in, ask questions or respond to Mythvision.
Help a lot.
My audio's
Wouldn't you like to get away?
It shouldn't be.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name.
This is probably hot.
And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go.
All right, it should be okay. That sounds all right. Let me know. Okay, thanks.
Well, all those nights and you got no lights, and the check is in the mail, and your little angel on the countered by its tail.
All right, I've pinned the link if anybody wants to call in
Your
tonight.
third fiance didn't show.
All right, let's give out some pocket change.
Sometimes
KCA
you
Randy
wanna
was
go
first. Thanks,
where
Randy.
everybody knows your name,
It's a million pocket change.
and you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go
Hey, all in a
where
second.
everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed.
Sorry, Lee
coffee's
Carpenter.
dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to your pine.
And Melody Joy was third. Thank you so much, Melody.
Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows.
All right, and here is the link to the store where you can redeem your pocket change
Always glad you came.
for special effects and perks.
You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
And as a way to say thank you, I'm going to drop $1 million on everybody for just the vibe, the energy, the feedback off the Mythvision podcast.
You
Thank
wanna
you all.
go where everybody knows
The Lord
your
says
name.
it is done.
The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it. You got to get that Paula White, baby. That spirit of that Paula White.
5 bands.
Thanks, mods,
Most
for
common
showing
word
people how
coming
to
by
use
text
the,
boy is
the
goosebumps.
redeems.
Believe it or not, we've had that repeatedly across the whole series. If you want to see 5 Vance's cheap.
All right, gang, we got a few very interesting topics to cover today. First off, I just obviously feel very grateful and privileged to, get to hang out on Derek's channel. I gotta be honest with y'all. It's a very interesting journey to reflect on with Derek because, like most of you, I'm a huge fan. A lot of you, a lot of the friends and mods I have in this community. Some of them I met like over on PineCreek, obviously, but others, I kind of met over in Derek's community. This is the community where I first got used to. It's gonna sound funny, but even like subscribing to channels, like really noticing like, oh, I should, subscribe to these content creators I like. Like that was kind of new for me, or like liking videos, sort of that call to action. Don't forget to like the video, and then ultimately like commenting on videos and kind of being like, wow, okay, people like respond to my comments. And then feeling like things really escalated where I started to interact in live chats. And for me, that always started with like I said, PineCreek, Mythvision, and to a lesser extent, David Packman, because that channel's so big. Like that was somewhere where I got used to like commenting, but knowing like people may or may not respond. And it was interesting because I first started to notice that there were certain names that I actually saw sort of on these counter apologetics channels, and then I also saw them in like David Packman or the Young Turks, and I'm like, oh, like there are people I recognize that are in these different communities with me, and really starting to put that all together. So anyway, y'all know I don't fuck with Doug no more. I think he's genuinely an asshole. But I think you contrast that with Derek. I think Derek really is like community focused and really trying to help other people, especially trying to help other, content creators. And I think obviously the biggest impact he's made is sort of signature is the scholarship. I mean, I don't think anybody's out here trying to give academics a platform and help them cultivate a following and get the sort of people who are just curious and watching interesting YouTube videos really thinking about what academics at the highest levels are doing and what their work is actually like and what the impact of it could be in a person's life. I mean, hate to say this, but in academia, you have very, very few conversations about what your work means to people and how it could actually impact the way people think in people's lives. And you have to kind of go out of your way to even, remember all of that stuff. So, I'm really grateful for that opportunity. But anyway, it's just been such an interesting journey because I'm still just such a Mythvision fan, and I'm just a person who enjoys his content and his streams and all the hard work he does. But we've become friends, and we talk to each other on the phone, and he really looks out for people and try to stay in touch. So it's crazy to get to the point where it's like my first time appearing on Mythvision, but it's not the first time I've talked to Derek, and I'm really comfortable talking to Derek. In some sense, I just kind of, if I was thinking about the numbers or the platform, you might get a little anxious or whatever, but I just basically was like, it's pretty much going to be like talking to Derek on the phone live, except I guess we'll work a little bit more to stay on the topic of evolution, which is pretty much what we did. So it's just an incredible journey to feel like, man, I actually got to be on Mythvision. But as big of a deal as it was kind of really crazy to reflect on the fact that Derek and I are friends. I'm really comfortable talking to Derek. I talk to Derek all the time. He's really a great supporter. So it made me feel a lot more comfortable because I'm just comfortable with Derek. So, and I'm definitely more happy to be, friends with Derek and just support what he does. And I'm looking forward to our class in the future, and I think he's great. I think he deserves all the success he gets, and if I can be a small part of that legacy, one of them names on them scrolls. I just want to be one of the names on that big ass scroll in the video. But that's cool, man. This is really cool. So very excited about that. But let me get into some of the things I've been wanting to talk to y'all about today. So first thing is we got a bunch of new people. Gather has some scissor reel. I know a lot of people are not familiar with Gather, and they'll probably see us using it and kind of wonder what's going on. So a lot of y'all watch a lot of YouTube creators, and I know a lot of them do lives. Thanks for all the subs, man. There's so many subs. Daniel Whitaker. I had a manager by the name of Danielle Whitaker. You can't be playing with me like this now. But I really appreciate all the new subs. It's really amazing to have so many subs coming in. I appreciate all you guys. So about Gather, a lot of you guys watch YouTubers. For the most part, they probably make videos that they record and upload, but this community is actually a fascinating case study in technology and multimedia usage. And what I mean by that is, if you think about a technology like Whereby or StreamYard or Restream, if those of you not familiar, Derek uses StreamYard. If you're familiar with T-Jump, he uses Restream. If you're familiar with PineCreek, he uses Whereby. But the majority of the content creators you probably watch who do live streams use StreamYard. Rebecca, on and on the list goes. And what's very interesting about these technologies is they're pretty much like Zoom. They're basically conference calling technologies. You've got to have a meeting with somebody, so you send a link, usually a password. But if you think about Zoom, you kind of have to have the Zoom app either downloaded or whatever. You normally have to get the link from the person and then the password. You're limited in terms of how long you can be in the Zoom. I think it's limited to like 30 or 45 minutes or whatever. It's limited in terms of number of participants. And a lot of people just hate Zoom because they were forced to use it through work, and then I guess a lot of people just kind of never even got on board with Zoom, even during the pandemic, or even while they were isolating during the pandemic, I should say, because y'all know me, I still live pretty isolated due to the current pandemic. But moving along, it really feels like that was a real barrier to people. And so what's amazing about the content creators that we watch in this community is that a technology like Whereby or StreamYard or Restream really makes the type of shows that we make possible. And it's weird to think about it, but if these shows require people to join a Zoom meeting, like this community's live streams would be like not a thing. Because for a lot of the people who are either older or just less technologically savvy, less comfortable with technology, or let's just say less inclined to pour out their heart about their life journey and their faith after they've got to deal with some technology headache, the fact that you could just say, oh, here's the link to the Whereby, here's the link to the StreamYard, person clicks the link, they check their camera settings real quick, and then they're good to go, and they're on the show. That browser-based, right, that's how we talk about it. These are browser-based meeting platforms, really created a whole, like, subgenre of live call-in shows that wouldn't be possible had they used a different tool like Zoom or Microsoft Teams or, any of the established options there. But there's still a lot missing. That sense of community, that sense of presence. And so Gather is a technology that, for those of you that are familiar with this stuff, it's just like a Zoom or a Whereby or StreamYard or Restream, in that it gives you links. These spaces may or may not be password protected. Elsewhere, thanks for the sub. Appreciate all the new subs. But rather than everybody in the space automatically hearing each other, it kind of does what is called proximity voice over IP, meaning you hear and talk to people that are close to you. And so you create a little avatar when you log in. You move around using your mouse keys, and it becomes a more interactive space. And so Gather was really conceived of as a virtual office. It's often used for business events, conferences, stuff like that, or just a straight up virtual office if your team goes fully remote. I first used it during when everything had gone remote due to COVID, and my place of work used it for our annual science conference. And I just liked it. It was really cool because it was a cool way to do a conference. It made it kind of feel fun. I don't like conferences in general. Virtual conferences, everybody hates. But with Gather, it was kind of fun. And then we also did some social events, like our kind of pub nights and, everybody get together, have a drink type of thing we did through Gather. So I saw, you could use this for socialization. And then what happened was, I do a lot of different things on this stream. I'm not always doing counter apologetics. Sometimes we're doing creative stuff. Sometimes we're doing gaming. I have a motorcycle club I'm a part of. But a lot of times I'm working on coding, working on science experiments, working on papers, doing stuff that isn't exactly thrilling, but is an important part of my reality to share with the community, how the sausage is made, we like to say. And we have a number of different channels, and one of the things we had started to do on our casino channel was this thing called Stream Avatars. I guess the avatars aren't up. Let me bring the avatars up. Oh, Lord, we got new viewers, and we don't have the damn street avatars up. Y'all can tell I'm really with the game today. But we started doing these stream avatars. I'm going to pull them up so y'all see them. We love our stream avatars. They're super fun. And they're really interactive. But at first, I wanted to keep them on our sort of secondary channel, the Casino Theater and Arcade. So I was like, I need something that's kind of like stream avatars that keeps the chat really fun and interactive, even, you know, if there's sort of a lull in the action, and just really rewards and incentivizes the community for staying active in the chat. And Gather came to mind, and so Gather was my way of bringing this channel, you know, something to keep it really interactive, and it's just kind of grown from there. So, all right, now we're good to go. All right, we got our stream avatars up, so you guys will see the stream avatars, and I'll show you our Gather. We're currently in our guest space, which is called the Cafe. So here's our Gather. That's what Gather looks like. Some of my mods are in here with me. I think right now it's just me and AR. Carrie Ann is normally in here playing cards, but I think she went back over to the stream. But I'm going to show you guys a quick little video from Gather. Kind of, it's like a little promo video they did. But for those of you that are new, I want to kind of just give you a feel for what it's all about, so you're familiar with the technology. But we call it Zoomville, or it's our little virtual compound. Here we go.
No one is saying this kind of stuff about video chat, but they're saying it about Gather. Because Gather has what everyone needs right now. Space. Workspace. Event space. Social space. Is this annoying? Personal space. Even space. And whether it's for 2 people or 200,000, there's millions of ways to make it a custom space. We've hosted weddings, fashion shows, music festivals, conferences, product launches, whatever this is, college courses, celebrity meet and greets, NASA, and yes, whatever you're thinking of right now, there's space for it on Gather.
So you'll see us a lot in Gather. We have a lot of different spaces. I'll tell you more about it coming up. But we have a guest room for everybody that's new. It's the link that's pinned in the description. You can always come in here when we're live. This is how you call into the show. You call in to Gather. But our community is in Gather, like I always say, 24/7. So Carrie Ann's birthday was yesterday. We had a birthday party. We game and we watch movies every night. We talk to each other. We watch YouTube videos. So literally, even when we're not live, we're always in Gather. We think it's a ton of fun, and it's a new spin on a way to call in and grow a community. I love it. But yeah, I do this. I actually, you guys will see if you tune into my streams, I have my meetings with my work colleagues in Gather. We stream from the office during the day when I'm working. I teach in Gather. I host my classes virtually in Gather. My students love it. I try to have as many of my meetings as possible in Gather. So we did Friendsgiving. We'll do Christmas. So definitely look forward to more of that. All right, gang, let's get into some fun. It's the weekend. Let's have some fun. It's Saturday night. Also, please tune in tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern. I'll be hosting a show with Gin and Truth on YouTube. If you don't know who Uncle Bobby is, please check out Gin and Truth on YouTube. The link is in the description. Uncle Bobby is one of the dopest, most awesome, badass, kicking, just a freak of nature. Just an absolute fucking superstar, and I think he's on his way to the top. So please subscribe to Gin and Truth and check us out tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern for the Blackout, a show we co-host together. And then at 3:30, one of everybody's favorite shows all week. I host Hot Program. Too
terrifying.
At 3:30 p.m. Eastern with my one black friend. So It's really fun stuff. Now, what are we talking about Hunter S. Thompson for? The question of the day that you can feel free to answer is, thank you so much, Nidamos. I appreciate you. Guys, check out Nidamos. Nidamos is another one of the content creators in our community. He is everybody's favorite. Just he's not like me. I'm gonna be honest with you. I get very, very, very abrasive at times, and there are a lot of times I'm just looking for a fight. But Nitty's a peacekeeper and another community builder, another counter apologist who really is focused on just sort of building positive relationships out here. And check out Nidamos. Again, link is in the description. It's really convenient to have all these links in the descriptions you can just check out. But yeah, tomorrow 3:30 p.m. Eastern, I'll be hosting Hot Program with my one black friend. Definitely want to check that out. Now, a lot of you guys know that in addition to being a YouTube counter apologist, I'm also a worship drummer. And if not for COVID-19 concerns, being kind of in a higher risk category, I would be playing drums in an evangelical church twice a week, Sunday morning for the local church and Thursday night for that church's college ministry. Wednesday night is band rehearsal. Monday night is Bible study. And I'm known to practice when I'm gigging between 4 and 6 hours any day, usually about 5 or 6 days a week. Go to church conferences, retreats, helping people move, game nights, cookout, whatever it is. So during quote-unquote normal times, whatever that means to you, being an atheist is kind of ironic because church is a huge part of my life, even as a non-believer. And I always saw it as a real opportunity because, number one, most of the people fortunate enough to have my type of education or be an academic, especially a scientist or an evolutionary biologist, just are distanced from church, especially evangelical communities. So if they do go to church, they're probably not too hip on the type of fundamentalist evangelical churches that tend to deny evolution or have a big problem with evolutionary biology. So, there's not really a lot of effort there. And then I realized as an educator at the university that we're not getting the students we need to get, right? Students choose their own classes. I can't force a student to take my class. And you might think that, well, it's a university, they're going to go, if they're a bio or they want to go to med school or nursing school or study chemistry or whatever, they're going to get all the evolutionary stuff. They really don't. It's certainly in there. I'm not saying that, they're obviously not going to go through a STEM curriculum in higher education and not get introduced to the idea. But it doesn't really go deep. It kind of just becomes something they take for granted. Yeah, I know about mutations. Yeah, I know, okay, proteins, blah, 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 fossils, whatever. I know we evolved. I get it. But they haven't really had a lot of time to think about evolutionary theory. And so I feel like I'm one of the few people on the planet probably, especially given my, Christian upbringing, 5 generations of ministers on my mom's side, blah, 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 Jesuit schools, Catholic schools, I worked, so people don't know this, so I shouldn't brush it aside so much. I just know some of my regulars have heard this a lot, but I come from 5 generations of ministers on my mother's side. My grandfather's a Pentecostal bishop. He runs a church with my grandmother. I used to work at a church. I worked at a Reform evangelical church. I was a community organizer. I was also a youth minister. I was in a rap group that recorded at the church and the youth center. I worked with the school and the city. It's a great period in my life, actually. And that's in addition, again, being a worship musician my whole life, in all sorts of Christian denominations. So, I really know what it's like for life to be dominated by one side or the other. And I feel like it's a real opportunity.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
Participate, right? And so James Apperson, another one of our mods and one of our great friends here, who's one of our pastors at the Cult of the Flying Man, link in the description. Check out James Apperson, subscribe to his channel. He's just like me. He streams regularly and is really focused on giving this community a place to go and helping us think through unique issues that help us sort of find our voice. He's talked about going back to church. I think some of us kind of want to do it for our own personal desire to sort of reconnect with that type of intentional community. And I think others see that we can be part of something bigger by sort of, behold, I send the sheep amidst the wolves type of shit. Sorry, my neighbors, I don't know, somebody started up a car across the street. Sounds like my next door neighbor. I'm sure it'll go away in a minute. But I think if nothing else, maybe a lot of us can start to think of it as collecting data, a form of an experiment or journalism, what is traditionally called participant observatory research, where you as the researcher are not just observing from the outside or watching a group or taking notes about them, but you're going to participate in their community, you're going to participate in their rituals, you're going to be one of them, and reflect on the experience from the inside. And then, in our case, maybe try to be a change agent from the inside. But I don't think this is necessarily even about that step, because I think the first step is just understanding. And so I'm wondering if this perspective of Gonzo journalism, which is kind of Hunter S. Thompson's thing, and he's kind of famous for, he wrote some books. I know one was like he was like living amongst the Hells Angels, and there's some other kind of famous subcultures, a lot of drug stuff or whatever, that he's kind of known for this type of journalism. And I'm just wondering, it's something I used to, I have some hippie friends who were big on Hunter S. Thompson when I was in college, like reading his stuff and talking about him. I think especially like he's pretty out there as far as being in the psychedelics and just a really different perspective. So I think he's kind of a character intellectually that's kind of one of those, intellectual mythical figures. But I'm wondering if his perspective on the value of Gonzo journalism offers any insight as to what could be beneficial or useful for those of us that are interested maybe one day in either participating in a church, returning to a church, or even just reflecting on our own experiences in a church or our own families and seeing our experiences not just as our own life stories, but rather a source of stories that might shed light to other people. So I've been really interested in trying to approach my advisors about how going forward I can use participating in a church as a form of research, because I feel like I'm kind of squandering an opportunity. Like, I'm seeing the value of this, I'm seeing the relationships, I'm seeing the influence I can have on both sides, I'm seeing the value of my participation, but I'm but I'm not sure how to make this something valuable to my field. Like, I don't want to just live this life and have these great stories and tell them on YouTube. I mean, that's fantastic, but I want to really now, as an evolutionary biologist, say, well, I'm also an anthropologist. I got into research because I wanted to be a social scientist, and I'm an expert in social dynamics. That's what I was originally trained in. And so now I feel like I can bring all of these things to bear and do something really out there. But I'd have to really take this seriously as a form of, like I said, research, journalism, outreach, that type of thing. And it's different because it's not going to be easy. It's not the type of research biologists do. It's not the type of research biologists recognize. We don't have evolutionary journals of Gonzo journalism. We don't have evolutionary journals of participant observatory research. I mean, maybe if I was still in anthropology, it'd probably be a lot easier. So this is going to be a real challenge for me. What I'm going to be saying if I take this on is I'm trying to do something totally outside the box. Not even outside the box, outside of the field of what is even considered biology, what is even considered a valid, recognizable form of evolutionary biologist. Really, you're an evolutionary biologist and you're going to tell me playing drums on a worship team is somehow going to make contributions to evolutionary biology? And I'm going to look them in the face and say, you goddamn right it is. So, I don't know. Let's see what we get.
Hunter, you started out, I believe, as a sports writer, and then you went to Latin America, and you were a correspondent there for a while for the Observer. Then you finally came to something that you call Gonzo journalism, and you've done that mostly for Rolling Stone, I think, is sort of a national correspondent for them. Is that right?
Yeah.
What is Gonzo journalism, and why do you call it that?
That word has really plagued me because first I realized I was doing something different. It's at some point really for Scanlon's magazine rather than Rolling Stone, even before Rolling Stone. But I wasn't really in this country when the new journalism sort of began. And I wasn't sure I was doing that. But I was sure I wasn't doing, what we call straight journalism.
Right.
And after I'd done a story in the Kentucky Derby for Scanlon's, a friend of mine who had covered the New Hampshire primary with me in '68, who's from Boston, and I'd recalled him using this word Gonzo in a sort of indefinable kind of way, as kind of nice, crazy, like, zing, Gonzo. He wrote me a note saying that Derby piece was pure Gonzo. And I thought, well, if that's what it was, I thought it was a brutal failure. I'd botched my assignment. I had to start ripping notebooks or pages out of my notebook and feeding them into the Mojo Wire and sending them to San Francisco right to the printer out of the notebook. I regard it as one of my worst failures. And I got this onslaught of mail. Mail called saying I made a great breakthrough in journalism. I thought, well, Christ, if I made it, this breakthrough, we got to call it something.
Hey, gang, if you're enjoying the content, please do hit that like button. And also, let me know if you, I see a few people, Melanie, Lena, Carrie Ann. Yeah, let me know if you guys have heard of Hunter S. Thompson before, and if so, like, kind of what was your introduction? Is like, because there's a movie about him, I think, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Was it a movie? Was it the movie? Is it something you read? Was it maybe one of his magazine pieces? Is it a book? Is it, the name came up while you were tripping acid with your friends? Whatever, just kind of, that's an interesting conversation in and of itself.
Well, I call it, another word that's been used. So I just liked the word Gonzo, and it seemed to mean what I was doing. There's a mixture of humor and kind of a high stomping style in it, It's a bit more.
Yeah, Carrie Ann, it said no. Thanks, Carrie Ann. Melody said
it's got a great sound, that word Gonzo.
Yeah, I'm a word freak. I treat words like music. I like that.
When I read Hell's Angels, which is the thing that really put your name up in lights, as it were. This really wasn't Gonzo journalism, was it? As far as the writing is concerned, this is straight, factual, hard-hitting reporting.
But there are pieces of Gonzo in there that I didn't realize until I went back.
Right, yeah. But when you were writing this, you were writing it like you would, well, not like you perhaps would have written it for the National Observer, but the style is so different from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, for example, which is...
Well, that was pure Gonzo now.
Yeah.
That was, I can't dance too much, but, that's my form of dancing. That was just a straight act.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of wild-ass stories about this guy.
Tight, hard. It's an exercise in writing. This was more journalism.
Thank you for the sub, Middleton.
Maybe when I discovered it,
thank you, Robert Middleton. I appreciate that.
I never had that much room.
Yeah.
I never had that kind of space.
Thanks to all the new subs. I know some of you subbed during the Mythvision podcast, and sometimes the alerts go off in the middle of something. But I really, really appreciate each and every one of you. We all start at zero, right? And my community can tell you we're out here every day, and so I've really just appreciated watching this community grow. And these are special days you have where you sort of get a bunch of new people showing up, and it really shows the type of platform that Derek is building, but also the type of people that say, hey, I'm going to follow up and show this person some support too. So thank you all. Really do appreciate it.
It would allow you to let your mind wander and, what if?
Yeah.
And that's all it makes. That's pretty grim stuff, having lived with those buggers for a year and a half. You need a little break, and if you have to create it yourself at 5 in the morning, just to have some fun. I hate to write. Normally, I really despise the work. And all I can really get off on is things like that. When I can let my mind run, I start to laugh.
Right.
I understand that Dickens used to laugh at his typewriter.
Yeah.
I don't laugh at my typewriter until I hit one of those.
The timeouts are for the sex bots.
Then it's worth it, all the work.
Sometimes I have the impression from your writing that your typewriter is an enemy, and it's a struggle to which one's going to come out on top.
Oh no! How do you get a timeout?
No, when I'm trying to figure out. I've been asked what Gonzo means for so long that I'm forced into at least a pretense of finding a serious definition. And when I went to Vegas to do, actually, when I realized I was going to do a book out of it or a long article, what I've been trying to do for a long time was to eliminate the steps or the blocks between the writer and the page. That's why I always get the fastest and newest typewriters. If they make one that costs $12 million, I'll write a bad check and get it for a while.
20 minutes.
It's the steps between what you're thinking and what you want to put on the page.
Isn't intense personalization a characteristic of Gonzo journalism? And that is not only your intense personalization of the story as you write it, but your intense participation. You're right in the middle of the action yourself, which is something which the ordinary newspaperman or journalist is not. He stands aside.
Well, that's the difference. That's when I was forced to make a distinction between Gonzo and what Tom Wolfe calls new journalism. That was the first and most obvious one that came to mind. That people like Tom and, say, Gaetalese or whoever else, I never understood what new journalism was. When Tom was writing his book, I asked him several times to send me something to tell me what it really meant. Because I'm included in the book, and I still, I don't know. But it seemed like that was the most obvious difference, that they go back and recreate situations. Whereas I'm either too lazy or incompetent or something. I can only get into a story when I'm right there, which makes for a problem sometimes.
Well, I couldn't help, and I think many people probably have compared you with Tom Wolfe because you're both very strong as far as style is concerned. He has a different style from yours. But to me it seems that Norman Mailer is closer to you because he gets involved in the story just as you do.
Well, I remember in August of '68, when Mailer was writing about Chicago, I was there.
Yes.
And I was researching a book that I've never done. And I was at the corner of Michigan and Balboa at
that famous
7:30 when Reverend Abernathy let his mules off, and I was right smack in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And Mailer was at a cocktail party, 2 blocks away, which is not to take nothing away from Mailer at all.
No.
Because I think he's broken ground for a lot of people. Mailer was really an icebreaker for me and Wolfe he deserves a tremendous amount of credit for having had the balls to go ahead and plow his own ground. And if there is somebody who really, in this century anyway, say since Stephen Crane or people like that, in our time, Mailer really has plowed the ground.
All right, I set him to 2 minutes. We'll see how it goes. I know there's a lot of new people and they're not used to the bot. They're really set that way to get rid of the spamming porn bots, and we definitely want there to be enough time for the mods to get to them. So they're set for 2 minutes. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, guys, this is really interesting. What he's talking about, right, is that distance. And I don't know. Here's what I know. When you're there, it's so different. When I have a conversation with a Christian friend about what is said from the pulpit, they can't ever they don't give me the, well, that's not important to me. Our church doesn't preach that, right? Because they know if I'm like, yo, the way this church preaches puts serious shame on people for something as simple as touching themselves. They know when I say that, it's because I'm in church with you every Sunday, and I know exactly how much your pastor preaches about pornography. You understand what I'm saying, y'all? So it hits totally different. Because a lot of times y'all have had these conversations where a Christian's going to sit there and, they know that you don't know what they really think, what they really believe, what's really preached in their friend group, blah, blah, blah. Nigga, if I'm at your church every Sunday just like you are, and I'm in Bible study with you, and I heard how all your friends reflected on the sermon, that's the value I realized. Is my conversations were landing totally different with people in the church because I'm there. And they also can't give me any of the typical excuses. Nobody can tell me I hate God. I'm in church all the time. They wouldn't even dare say some stupid shit like that to me. Nobody could tell me I'm rebelling from the church or I hate Christians, blah, 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 blah. I will look them square in the face and say, I go to your church more than you do. I will remind them, you go to your church on Sunday morning. I am the drummer for your church every single day of my life because that's what it takes to be prepared. So, and again, I don't say that from a place to put them down, right? It's from and again, I don't have to. Nobody in my church would say that shit to me, right? Because they know the dedication. But it's a game changer is what I'm trying to tell y'all, because they see the love. They see your friends. They know we're friends. They see the friendship. They see that you're there with them. They know that you care about them. They know that you respect them. They know that you are down for all of the positive stuff they do in the community. But at the same time, y'all, you just get that firsthand perspective. You know what's in their statement of faith. You know what they're telling you to take literally and not. Like, it's a crazy perspective. And now I'm wondering how many of us, if we were in that position as atheists and then we were reflecting on that, like not even having to confront them. Don't even, I would love for that to be where some of you feel comfortable going, but let's just take it to, you're just gonna go and you're gonna be undercover brother, undercover sister, undercover whoever. You're just gonna go and be there and participate, and nobody's gonna know that there's anything different about you than anybody else in that church until you go home. And you just start writing down what was preached, what passages were they, and how did it make you feel as a non-believer? What did you think? What did you notice about the people's responses What did you notice about what they were, yapping up? What do they amen and hallelujah? Which type of conversations really get them going, and which conversations just like, yeah, we know that's in there, but we don't care. Right? You got to know, like what? How does that pastor feed them people? What doesn't feed them people? Is he a good preacher or not? Like, really, is he a good preacher? Like, does he know, like, when he does his fucking exegesis and his exposition, is he good at that? Is he charismatic? You got to know what you're dealing with. I'm saying this is my church. I can tell you in my church, my pastor's a good preacher. He gives very good sermons. And he's not like, you got to know, are you dealing with some weirdo, creepy, like crazy? No, pastor's not really like that. It's a pretty reasonable dude. It's just, he gives really good community-based sermons and kind of avoids the more difficult parts of the Bible. It's good to know that because you approach a person like that very differently. And then when you have the conversations with them, you can say, I know we're going to get into some things that you typically don't get into or that you avoid or you may not feel are central or important to you. But I'm just reflecting on what he's saying. Like, it's just totally different than hearing it secondhand, getting reports or rumors or all of this stuff. And I think a lot of us, even if you don't make a YouTube channel or even if you don't deconvert or even if you don't or deconvert other people or all this stuff, just if you can, I know a lot of people can't because it's too painful, but if you can, like, put yourself back in that situation just as a tremendous source of data of how it really makes you feel and how you see it now.
But I think
even just to like record, just to come home afterwards, sit down for 5 or 10 minutes and just record your thoughts into your phone. Imagine if people in our community started doing that and then we just started sharing them like on a discussion board or in Discord. Let's just say we have a Discord channel for, we'll call it Sunday Reflections, and different people, when they feel comfortable, they just go to a church, they just come home, they hit audio recording, they wax for 5 or 10 minutes about how they felt, and they upload it. I just feel like, man, that would be a crazy resource in this community.
We're sort of trying to define now. Wolf in his way, me and mine, other people in theirs.
Then we have another thing in journalism that I've noticed, and I know you have all our careers, and that is that sports reporters have a special quality that they inject into reporting: style, a color, a philosophy, which the main...
Yeah, a lot of us go just to not traumatize our parents.
Goes back as far as people like Hemingway and Ring Lardner.
I was going to say, if you give me some examples, that's pretty heavy to spring on me there. Well, you want to explore maybe a reason or two for that?
Yes, I'd like to.
I think two come to mind right away. One...
Thanks for the meal, Karen.
Would have to do with... you have to assume you're dealing with writers rather than reporters.
Damn, what sins are plaguing your local church today, AR? Such a great question. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on some of them. Yeah, my church was real heavy into the, masturbation and pornography type of thing. But I think that's reflects a couple things. Number one, the culture of, current American Christianity that's always big in the conversation. Number two, I went to a very white, predominantly middle-class church, even though they're in Michigan, they're all from Iowa. So it speaks to their demographics, lifestyle, crimes, and, guilt over that. Like, seems like a big problem in the world. You probably wouldn't, when I worked at a urban church in Newark, New Jersey, our pastor did share his personal struggles with porn and masturbation, but let's just say myself and others quickly hipped him to the fact that, in a community where you lose preteens to stray bullets and you've got like real poverty and crime and violence and all sorts of shit around you, you're not endearing yourself to people by how guilty you feel over touching your wee-wee in college. You're just not. And so that type of thing, again, being there to really understand that type of thing will help you reflect on that type of thing. Also, like, again, demographics, my church is heavily geared towards college ministry, right? The local church is established itself with the explicit intent of supporting the college ministry. So the college ministry is the mission. So therefore, our church is disproportionately people under 25, and you know the slant is towards college age issues, right? And so that's one of the ways you see that. Whereas you go to a more urban church, a lot of the focus might be on drugs, crime, gangs, you know, unstable domestic situations, stuff like that.
Which I make a very strong distinction between, rather than journalists and novelists, say. And sports reporters are used to being lied to. They're used to, especially young ones, they see their, the people older than they are and the sort of heavies in the field accepting it. And the best of it.
Fadi, what you're talking about, I call the grand asymmetry. You remember and know exactly what it's like to be a believer. You remember, you understand the doctrine, you get the blase and the glaver noise. Those are Bobby, Uncle Bobby would say, link in the description. But they really don't see where we're coming from. And it's very insightful to recognize that when you're talking to someone, that you really are not operating on equal footing with regard to this.
Makes angry. That's one reason. You come in with what's Hemingway's phrase, the most valuable tool a writer has.
Hey, Heathen Queen. Good to see you.
Foolproof bullshit detector. That's not right, but it's just
great work lately.
Yeah, just about right. And sports reporters, sports writers, with the obvious exceptions, there may be one or two, no, they're being lied to.
Guys, if you're not subscribed to Heathen Queen, you're definitely missing out. And I think she's like myself and James in that she doesn't shy away from what I think of as the bigger picture. I'm very on top of social issues. I'm very political. Because I don't think you can separate the two. I think as soon as you realize, holy shit, I'm a non-believer, you realize I live in a world where the values and the world I want is not the one we have. And we're not marching in that direction. And so I know a lot of content creators stay away from that stuff, but I always want to nod the ones who don't, because I'm out on that limb with them. So appreciate you, Heathen Queen.
Whole horrible con job. And you
very
either accept it or you don't. I chose not to. So that's one reason. And until you come in any other kind of politics with a background of being conned all the time, and of having gone along with it a little bit, maybe not, or when you didn't, getting punished for it. So you come in a little angry. And the other thing is that sports writing has such a...
So I've heard this said about poly, but I guess it's also true about counter-apologetics. If you want to start a YouTube channel and collaborate, you seriously must have a scheduling kink. But yeah, Heathen Queen, I'd love to work with you. It's a high priority for us. So hit me up. I think we're connected on Twitter or whatever, but I know we're both super busy. But yeah, definitely. I think let's link up and make it happen. But no worries.
This is where you get the distinction between writers and reporters. You get, in sports writing, the opportunity to use verbs and adjectives naturally that would never come up in political writing or even general reporting. I remember I used to edit two papers at the same time in Florida. And I would have a hell of a time with several football games on one weekend writing the headlines. The Eagles would squash somebody, and the Penguins would rip somebody, and somebody else would stomp somebody. And there's a great sense of kind of presence in sports writing. You want the feeling of the grass, the atmosphere of the crowd, the tension, the excitement. You get a tremendous leeway with the usage of words. Where you have to weigh your meanings and that sort of thing in political reporting. You don't have to in sports writing. Matter of fact, the wilder you get, the better it is.
That's right. That's right. Well, what about your stuff?
That's a super interesting perspective, and I think there's definitely a lot of truth to that, and I think I gravitate towards anything that feels sensual, right? Anything I read that really can kind of transport me and make me feel like I'm there is gonna hook me. And yeah, I think that does appeal to the value. I think that's even part of my motivation, right? Is when I think about church, I feel the sticks on Sunday morning. I can feel the sticks in my hand, looking at a crowd in front of me, getting ready to sing some worship song about literally the blood of Jesus, the blood that paid it all. And I know exactly how grim the lyrics of this song are, and at the same time, I am going to be watching how they are so passionately into worshiping this bloody sacrifice that they are going to be singing along with so much ecstasy, they're damn near about to come out their clothes. Matter of fact, I mean, to be honest with you, that's the best part about being a worship drummer. Like, it's a really great gig, right? Because a great gig for many musicians is just defined, I think, by the level of feedback and service it is for the people you're playing for. So everybody hates a cold crowd. Money's nice, but if you're sitting up there all night and, people are eating dinner, not paying attention to what you're playing, you're definitely not having as much fun as if everybody's sitting there watching you. Like, that's the most important thing going on right now. And when you play at a church and you've worked on these songs all week and then people sing them back to you, honestly, with the passion you don't even get in secular music. I mean, sometimes, but you got to be playing a smash song, right? You got to be playing a smash at the bar to get everybody at the bar singing. Like, it's just got to be one of them songs and probably one of them nights. But in church, it's like pretty much always like that. It's always a great concert. People are always into it. But yeah, it's kind of like, so then when I'm get on YouTube and I'm like, nah, y'all don't understand how crazy these motherfuckers are about their Jesus, right? Like, even when I would get with my science colleagues and I would always tell them, you have no idea what we're up against. And that's what I meant. I'd be like, yo, like, do you know what this church shit is about? Do you know what it's like to be in a cult, to be having fucking concerts every goddamn Sunday and fucking retreats out in the wilderness and roasting marshmallows and then going to conferences where 5,000 of you and your closest friends, again, have concerts every fucking night and they're hitting the town. And then we're like, yeah, and see, if we have kids read the details of the molecular machinery in this here biology textbook, that love of the scientific knowledge is gonna, I'm like, y'all don't have a fucking clue. Them kids is not coming to this fucking science class, and if they get in this fucking science class, there's no way, exactly, there's no way they're walking away from the Paula White, the speaking in the tongues, the fucking Jesus is about to take over America and bring about his Donald Trump kingdom for your little fucking science textbook. You have no idea what you're up against. It's awesome as far as, I mean, it's a really fun gig, but y'all, it's scary as shit. And I think that's how I feel even about my family. It's like I see their faith up close. Again, like I tell you, my grandparents, they don't answer the phone. Hello, priest residence, how may I help you today? They answer the phone like this. Praise the Lord.
It's too terrifying.
So I'm literally having had a conversation. That is not how you answer the goddamn telephone, woman. So look, to the point that Fati made in the chat, I think part of what has to happen if we're gonna deal with all of this, your heart's been hardened, you want to sin, you just hate God, all of this is, we have to somehow be bold enough to do the thing that nobody's done in these people's lives apparently for 30, 50, 85 years is look them in the face and just say, it's really difficult for me to be the one to tell you this, and I get no joy out of this, but I think you should consider how insulting it is when you tell me everybody's a sinner. You know, I really think it's important that, because otherwise I just think people are not being provided critical opportunities for growth. And maybe they don't care, maybe they won't, but, you know, we're getting to a point where to me it's so suppressive, we just don't have anything to lose anymore.
Well, what about gonzo journalism? When it comes to these intensive investigative stories, the sort of thing that was typical of Watergate, how do you cope with that kind of thing? Or can you really cope with it in gonzo journalism? Don't you have to have somebody out there doing the digging first?
Yeah, one of the great ironies of my life is that I was in the Watergate the night that they broke in.
You were?
I was in the bar with Tom Quinn, a sports columnist for the now defunct Washington Daily News.
Yeah.
And we've been swimming down the stairs. There were only two places in Washington I could stand.
Sucks.
One was a Watergate pool, the other was a...
Facts of life. No delay in Gather. YouTube delay is awful. Twitch delay is actually pretty good. The turnaround on Twitch is like 2 seconds. Usually on a good day when I measured on YouTube, it's about 7.
Hillbilly bar called the Shamrock, which is now closed, which gives me even more reason not to go back. But I can kind of excuse myself for I'm not in the habit of going to every place and looking for tape on the locks and every, particularly big hotels. But being a one-man staff really at the time, no, there were two, but no, at that point there were really one. Tim Cross hadn't really come in yet. And, or if he had, but he'd gone off in his press book. So, you really have to have a staff. You have to have, I remember even Carl and Bob, when they were first putting it together, they had... hang on, Fadi, I think that's a great way of saying it. The community can be warm. It can, right? It can be lonely when people are scared of you or can't connect with you because you don't believe you're invisible. Yeah, that's really interesting. That's kind of what I've been going through lately, to where, it's okay for me to be the odd man out, sort of, if people in my church know I'm not a believer. Most people don't, so they probably just operate under the assumption that, I'm like everybody else. Not that it's just not relevant, and not, I have a whole thing, I won't get into it, but, it's important to me to not be a distraction, basically. But I've, a lot of people know I've recently been sort of having conversations with my family, and in particular my mother, around this, and we've kind of been, we had a rough conversation last weekend about me really confronting her with the fact that I don't think you can be a Christian and love me as a non-believer, because at the end of the day, hatred and discrimination against non-believers is at the core of Christianity. I mean, if people think, and I think that'd be reasonable to say that Christianity has an issue with our LGBT fam, and it does. But I've recently reflected on that and gone, well, yeah, but if I'm going to say that, then it definitely hates on non-believers. Like, oh, atheists are the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst. We're worst. Like, yes, there's disdain. Let's be clear. If you're a man who lies down with other men, that's an abomination, and that text is the fucking abomination. Period, blank, end of story. But, oh my Lord, if you're a heathen, a non-believer, oh my goodness, you are just all types of eternally fucked up. So it was very difficult for me to try to say to my mother, like, listen, I get that you think you're a Christian and you love me and you accept that I'm an atheist and atheists are good to go, but every single time I am reminded that you can't not, right? It's a deliberate double. You can't stop identifying as this thing that hates me. You have no evidence for it.
You have no proof for it. I mean, and it was just a falling out. I mean, this was just not an easy conversation to have. But my point is, I can't feel that way in my own family. You can't look me in the face and tell me you love me and then not see the truth about the core of your faith to me. I don't even care if you're not all into the Bible. The Bible says that. All the missionaries say that. Your pastor says it. The core of John 3:16. There's no Christian on earth that could sit here and act like they don't understand the scorn that their God has for non-believers. So they're doing some sort of dipsy-do, Olympic gymnastics to make it work, but you're not going to, like I said, you can lie to yourself, you can't lie to me. And I'm not going to lie to myself for you. I don't care who you are.
Veteran police reporter who had a note of some sort, who knew something. You really have to have, you can't do that kind of saturation investigative reporting. No, you might do it once if you really stumble on it.
Oh yeah, if you came out of Islam, I feel for that, Fadi. I'm glad you're okay. And I always say I'm more proud of coming out of Christianity than I am of being a dual PhD, because I think leaving your faith of your family and all of that is just that difficult. And I always say I think Islam is even tougher, right? I say no Abrahamic faith is cool with non-believers. Right, the Jews are going to get dominion over all the nations, and all the nations that are not of the Lord shall be subject to, the descendants of the fathers, blah, y'all understand. Christians are all, well, he shall come and separate the wheat from the chaff before going into the refiner's fire, and one by one he'll call over to his right hand side all those who are set apart for eternal life, and over here will fall into eternal despair. Right? The non-believer is pretty good. But Islam is like, look, I'm tired of all this beating around the goddamn bush. Thou shalt not suffer a heathen to live. Like, what are y'all? Could y'all just stop? Y'all just been dancing around this the whole time. I'm just getting sick of this. Thou shalt not suffer a heathen to live. Done. Can we move on with this? So yeah, I would probably feel even that much stronger about deconverting if I had deconverted from Islam. So kudos to you and anybody else out here that made that journey, because that might be even tougher, no lie.
Find a thread you can pull on.
I remember that...
Cy Hirsch does that.
Yeah, Cy does. He does it as a one-man band. I don't know how the dickens he does it.
I don't either, but I think he's damn good.
Somehow or other he manages to do it. But I remember you were talking with...
He's
Tony.
mean.
Yeah, that's
one of the main qualities of...
Yeah.
Of, I think, honest...
Yeah.
I consider myself honest, though I might be a little bit weird. I think meanness is a very critical quality.
When you were covering the McGovern campaign, did you have a premonition that something was going wrong, there was something deeply wrong with the campaign?
I've seen the energy go out of it. When you're driving a car very fast, you can feel it when it peaks out. No matter how heavy your foot is, you can't make it go any faster. And then it starts to, unless it's perfectly tuned, it'll start to sputter, and that's what was happening, and I was trying to find out why.
Yeah.
Because I was very concerned about it.
Yeah, that's what we're all dealing with.
A visceral, personal hatred for Nixon. For as long as
I don't think there's a right way to go about it, Fatih. I think we're all struggling that, and I think that's how I was too. I just brought up different things in conversation, and it was a really long process. I kind of reflected that on Derek's channel today. I wish I had some kind of magical journal, because I think the further I get, the harder it is to me to look back. But it was such a... I can remember distinctive moments where my emotions peaked. Like I talked about the situation with the summit and the organization that manipulated the student group. I kind of, a moment that caused me to speak up or speak out. But man, that process was such a long-ass, winding journey. It almost reminds me of how they say, like, if you stick a frog in boiling water, it'll pop out, or you'll just, or just whatever, like, bad thing happen. But if you increase the temperature, ever so slightly, right, it'll just sit there and let you boil it, because it doesn't notice the ever gradual So that's kind of how it felt. Like my conversion from Christianity to atheism was that really kind of slow thing where I knew where it was when it was boiling, but I couldn't tell you when it started to bubble.
I remember it. I was losing my perspective at that point.
Yeah.
But
you have to keep a perspective in gonzo journalism just as in any other kind, don't you?
Well, I don't know. I think my final refusal to write the October article, which ended up about this long, the title was "For Whom the Bell Tolls."
The bot is mean. YouTube is meaner. Yeah, no, I'm. I've had videos taken down for basically spam for bots getting through the filter, and my next one will cost me a whole week of not making content. So. The bot tends to be, but I think we tried to tone it down to a 2-minute timeout. So, and also, eventually once we get to know people, they become mods and they can say whatever the hell they want.
What was that? I'm not familiar with that.
It was my coverage of the Nixon. It was sort of the wrap up, the last piece before Election Day, and they had 5 pages open for it, and they're all waiting, art ready to go. And I sent them, at the last second, I sent them a portrait by a friend of mine in town. It might even be up there. Yeah, I sent them that, re-elect the president with a death's head.
Yes.
And about 500 words, which I still consider to be probably the most cogent 500 words ever written on the campaign. Just saying I was so disgusted that with the country and with the campaign that I couldn't write. I didn't feel like writing. I was going to vote for the first time in a presidential election for a major candidate since 60. Or I wouldn't vote at all in 64. I voted for Dick Gregory in 68. And I wrote that as an epitaph, really, for the campaign. I knew, it was all over. I was very depressed, and I had no idea what was coming. If I had, I probably would have spent Election Day out here just rolling in the yard laughing.
Yeah.
It didn't take them long. Within 6 months, they were up to their neck, and
that's right.
And swell.
You didn't have any feeling from the Watergate stories that it appeared at that time that anything like the.
Yeah, I knew that things were that there was a story I should be on.
Yes.
But this time, Tim Krause was working on his press book.
Yes.
And the campaign had entered its sort of terminal stages, and that was the first time Rolling Stone had ever even attempted to cover anything except music or anything directly related.
Yeah.
So we just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And thank God, Bradley and Carl and Bob and Sussman and those people had enough sense to keep running that story.
That's right. That's right. But I think probably you would agree with me that there is a small or maybe a large incompatibility between gonzo journalism and this kind of factual digging, putting, it's like a crossword puzzle, getting it all together.
I think that's where you get that disparity between the writer and the reporter.
Yeah, that's right.
If you can, if you accept that, then there's no need to talk about new journalism or gonzo journalism.
That's right. But you sort of start off where they leave off, isn't that right?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, but that's really. It occurred to me about halfway during the campaign that people actually believed a lot of the things I was writing about, muskie eating this strange Brazilian drug, and I assumed everybody else was getting their coverage just like their basic coverage like I do out of the papers and TV. And about halfway through the campaign, I realized that, my God,
this has been one of your problems, hasn't it? That people don't understand when you're putting them on.
That's been a problem a lot longer than most people realize. I think maybe even longer than I realize. I'm not even sure myself anymore.
Well, I wondered a little bit in reading back to all the things, or not all the things, but an awful lot of the things that you've written, and then a lot of things that have been written about you.
See, it's really interesting because I think that is sort of the, I don't know, it almost, the phrase that comes to mind is like authentic inauthenticity. There's a certain level to which, like, I think the narrative mind creates. Well, it's narrative mind. So you think, like, to me, like our brains tell stories, and so the closer we are to something, the stronger we feel it, and then the more we feel, I think the more potentially out of balance that story becomes. Like, you know, my mentors aren't mentors to me. They're like these cultic, mythic figures, you know, and, you know, I've got just enough factual stuff in there to legitimize their portrayal as such. And of course, you know that their farts stink and they're human, just like the rest of us. But somehow stripping that away from them doesn't make the story more true. Right? Like, you could write this painfully factual biography of Charles Darwin in which he is a mild-mannered Victorian naturalist, prone to seasickness, who has one incredibly rough sea voyage around the world where he mostly realizes that other people's ideas he's been wrestling with are good. He puts them together and then spends the rest of his natural life in a single room, in a chair, writing letters to British society. And if that sort of factual portrayal glosses over the sort of, you know, Darwinian revolution and how he's the paragon or almost an idol of scientific virtue and cultic status. I mean, I don't think that dry bones version is more true. To me, it's just drier and it's actually missing the human story. So I don't, it's just kind of interesting things to think about, because of course, we don't want to be led by hyperbolic stories. But then again, we do.
Whether sometimes you weren't a little bit like the CIA agents, that you lived your cover.
I'll give you that one, yeah.
Yeah?
Not all the time, but
not all the time, but
I have to.
You get a lot of fun out of it, don't you?
Oh, if I didn't, I wouldn't do it. You don't go out and just break yourself down to jelly,
right,
on that campaign trail. But, you know, when publishers, I think I made $10,000 off that, you know, that whole thing. There has to be, there's a high end in covering politics. I think it's a combination of power and adrenaline, which beats any drug I've found yet. Yeah. When it's not fun, you stop.
Right.
I mean, there's not enough time. We're all getting old.
Yeah.
I have no intention of doing things I don't enjoy anymore. Unless, of course, I'm forced to.
Will you be covering the next campaign?
I'm not sure yet, because I have a fear that...
All right, guys, I want to get us into our next story before it gets too late, but this has been really interesting, and, I definitely think, it's given me more to think about, I think I started the conversation softly. I was kind of convinced I wanted to go in this participant observatory thing, and I didn't really know quite how to go about it with my advisors, but I think it'll be fine. It's just a matter of going in and writing about what I know. And for us, it's going to be the challenge is going to be figure out, like, what do we publish? You publish you're writing a book, do you publish a monologue, do you publish journal articles, do we get towards something that looks like a study or something? I don't know. So that's going to be kind of the fun. But I'm definitely feeling like the conviction is there.
I don't want to get us too bogged down in 1975 political details, but this is really great. I haven't, heard Hunter S. Thompson describe Gonzo journalism kind of in his own words, so I really enjoyed that, and I do think there would be tremendous value in us doing that. It'd be great to talk to James about this and see what James thinks about this at some point. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll get into the main thing we're going to talk about tonight, which is going to be concealing abuse, which is we're going to check out this Theremin Trees video. I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll get right to it. Sit tight. Thank you all for joining us.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff?
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff?
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, man, that was super fun. I'm so glad we did that. Like, I don't know. Some today when I was like, this popped up. You know what it is? It popped up on my YouTube. And it was like Hunter S. Thompson interviewing Gonzo journalism. And I was like, wait a second. I've been wanting to get into this participant observatory shit. But yeah, I think I'm going to really go at this now. I think because y'all, I've been kind of frustrated. I've been like, there's something missing. Like, there's that next step with all of this. And I think now I have so much momentum with everything we have going on in the community. And everything I've been doing on YouTube that I think, I think we can get it. I think we can pull it off. I really do. I really think we can make it work. Quick little announcement. We're gonna cheers here real quick. All right, it's been kind of a crazy weekend. As y'all know, yesterday was Carrie Ann's birthday, so we had our first gathered birthday party that worked out really fantastically. And like I said, I was just chilling at home today doing some gather maintenance, and Derek hit me up, so I was like, all right, let's go live. But I got an award yesterday for Rob let me know. I got it's called the Dissemination Award. Basically, at the end of the year, there's money in the Avita Ed budget year to year on the active lens. Like the current grant that funds Avita Ed basically has money in it to train people. We call that active lens. It's like active learning evolution and the nature of science. It's like lens or something, right? So anyway, at the end of the year or the cycle, there's like a pot of money left over, and I guess they go towards what's called dissemination awards. And so they're to like acknowledge people whose work is sort of helping promote digital evolution education, and in my case, Avita Ed in particular. And as y'all know, I use Avita Ed in the class with my curriculum that Rob and I designed together for our Darwin's Law class. And I've been showing you guys some Avita Ed stuff on stream. We'll do some more of that. And I've also been working on those Avita Ed tutorial videos. As you guys know, that we got the funding, we got a bunch of new equipment where you guys, Derek caught us in the middle of a studio renovation. So I hope you guys like the way the studio looks. It will not look like this for long. So all that, Rob said, he said, I couldn't think of anybody, more deserving or whatever. He says, like, you're really doing a lot. And he said, I hope this award will help you with your education and outreach efforts. So it actually comes with $1,000, which is really cool because I'm going to spend that. I'm going to trick out this camera. A lot of y'all don't know this, but Derek and I actually more or less have the same camera. So the camera you saw Derek using today, it's not the camera I'm using right now. I'm using this Logitech C922 webcam. But this is a Canon EOS R5. Derek has the R5C, and that's like a cinema version. Mine is more photography. They both do video. They have the same exact hardware and sensors and all that in them. And so I'm going to hopefully get a little additional unit that'll allow me to bypass some of the recording limits and give me an external monitor here. So you know me, we're going to invest it in the studio. But I was really excited about that. Didn't want to talk about it too much yesterday. It was Carrie Ann's birthday, Wasn't about me yesterday. But nah, I appreciate all you. And yeah, I really appreciate it. It's always obviously helpful just for, I'm a postdoc. I'm still training and hoping to get a faculty gig at some point. So all those type of awards and anything that acknowledges your work is super helpful when you hit the job market. Anyway, gang, let's take a quick cheers and appreciate all you guys. We'll have a quick sip here. Alcohol, you've been such a great part of the community here, helping us link up with the gang. All right, but another channel that James Apperson drew my attention to is Theremin Trees. And we visited a Theremin Trees video like a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, about why you shouldn't necessarily respect other people's beliefs. I had another one pop up on concealing abuse. And I really want to get into this. And y'all know me, I haven't watched it, so I like to react to things along with y'all. So we'll see where it goes. But before we get into it, I want to orient our viewing with a couple of angles. So I imagine when I hear concealing abuse, at least I'm imagining we're going to be talking about bad stuff that happens in the church or an organization, and the problems of overlooking it or not acknowledging it. Certainly dealt with some of this. For those who don't know, I went to Penn State during the Sandusky scandal, and then I happened to be at Michigan State during the Larry Nassar scandal. So the football coach and the gym instructor. I mean, I've seen it, on the academic side. It's not something that happens just in churches. But I also think there's a sense in which, at least I'm guilty of concealing my own abuse. In other words, not recognizing when I had certain ideas or values or perspectives, or was participating in a certain group with ideas that were harmful to myself, and sort of concealing that out of some sort of dependency, continuing to want to belong. So I think it's important that you think not just about how, oh my goodness, there's other people out there doing bad stuff, but one, how might this be impacting our own lives? Not just sort of in organizations, but, something Heathen Queen deserves a lot of credit for, again, calling out abuse in our own community. But then also being aware of the ways in which we can conceal or even be complicit in our own abuse by covering things up. I've seen people behave badly with great morality, and I note every day that integrity has no need of rules. Let's pull it down a bit.
Malignant individuals and groups use various methods to try and force their targets into submission. Each method attempts to induce its own distinctive psychological deterrent. Some try to arouse shame. Others try to instill a sense of helplessness and dependence. Others are designed to create intense confusion, but the aim is always the same: to train targets to doubt their own judgment and stop them thinking for themselves. Manipulators can then gradually impose their rules they can change anytime they like, which the target will come to accept without question. Manipulators can also isolate the target away from the people who could help them escape. Targets are taught to despise or even fear these potential sources of support, leaving them truly cut off. In healthy families, as they develop, infants learn to take progressively larger steps. They risk longer, unaccompanied explorations of their world, where they encounter some nice things and some not so nice things. Secure in the knowledge they can return to safety if they feel overwhelmed, they learn to cope with the bad and enjoy the good. Their self-reliance increases, and their world expands. Targets of manipulative groups experience this developmental process in reverse. They learn to take smaller steps. They're discouraged from engaging with the outside world, which is portrayed as hostile and dangerous. They're taught that good only exists within the group. Their self-reliance decreases, and their world shrinks. Piece by piece, they surrender their autonomy and succumb to increasing supervision. When faced with dilemmas, they learn not to trust their own reasoning, but to seek advice, direction, and permission from the group. They'll be instructed to do things that arouse great anxiety and distress, even heartbreak, like demonizing good people and shunning loved ones who disagree with the group. They'll be told they need to be brave and not give in to these misguided emotions. The group is their real family. But their emotions aren't misguided. The pain they feel is evidence of their humanity, their abiding sense of fairness, compassion, and justice. But these qualities are antagonistic to groups who seek one thing from their targets: compliance. and targets will be repeatedly forced to choose between being loyal to the group and being true to their humanity. That choice is perhaps never more stark than when a target becomes aware that a child from the group has made an allegation of sexual abuse against another member. Is the target's first thought for the child's welfare or the group's image? Their answer will provide a gauge of their humanity. I want to look at a historical case and a current ongoing case of manipulative groups that have tried to conceal abuse. And I want to celebrate the genuinely brave individuals who've worked to expose them. In 1968, in California, Christian minister David...
Now that was some very interesting language to pay attention to. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. Crazy Baby and Hudson Lucas. And this is something that, man, I almost wish I had this during the super chats from Derek stream today, because this is something that may be a challenge, but sort of a way out of an interpersonal tension with the loved one or family members. And that is the concept that, and again, I think they're going to be talking about some pretty wild abuse. And I think a lot of times we're talking about maybe sort of alienation, emotional manipulation, and it just depends on what you can relate to. But the idea that the problem we have is doctrinal, right? And I wish I could have had that language even when I spoke to my mother, right? Like, I'm not saying you hate me because you're a Christian. I'm not even saying being a Christian means you have to hate me. I'm just saying Christian doctrine is severely prejudicial towards non-believers in a way that I think can only be described as hate. Because if that isn't hate, then what is? If telling me I don't deserve to be in your special little eternal kingdom is hate, I don't know what is. If you deserve eternal life, but I just deserve an ordinary old regular death, and then I just stay dead forever because you don't want to come to grips with what eternal torment really means, how is that not hate? So there's no way in sort of the simple, ordinary usage of these type of things. So it would be helpful to be clear that I have an issue with the doctrine, not the person. Now, yes, that does still, in my book, require the person to be honest and then accountable for identifying with this doctrine. But it's important to let them know that you think it's the culture, the sort of, putting the group image before the interest of the individual victim, and then ultimately how all of these practices are reinforced by the doctrine that's the problem. Hey, we're here to find language that helps, right? And that might be a simple word to keep in your toolkit.
David Berg founded the group Teens for Christ. It would later become known as
I am jealous and I will revenge because I am jealous. You're not a good example of
and finally, its current name, the Family International. Presenting himself as a fatherly prophet, Berg predicted the world would end in 1993 and pressed followers into full-time evangelizing to claim as many souls as possible. Children were frequently sent to restaurants and businesses to sing songs and share their faith. Followers lived in communes called colonies, and life in the group was strictly regimented, with rules on everything from hairstyles to drink consumption to toilet paper. Anyone who questioned Berg's ideas was severely reprimanded. Berg, who called himself Mo, short for Moses, was a reclusive figure, assisted by his wife, Karen Zerby, who declared herself a queen and renamed herself Mama Maria. Berg communicated his ideas, his commandments, his dreams, and professed revelations to the group through sensationally headlined letters called Mo letters. These included frequent tirades against people in the outside world, labelled systemites. Most strikingly, the Mo letters were saturated with descriptions and illustrations of sex, including depictions of Berg being seduced by children. History has shown that self-styled divine prophets create gods in their own images. David Berg's doctrines reflected his own sexual compulsions. He distilled Christian scripture down to one rule, called the law of love. As long as it was done in love, Berg claimed it kept their God's law of love. Berg used this doctrine to endorse sex with virtually anyone, as long as it was done in love, including children and relatives. He called it sharing, and only male same-sex partners were forbidden. Berg encouraged his followers to send him sexually explicit home movies. He especially enjoyed videos of erotic dancing. In one film from family members in Greece, 20 adults and children performed strip teases to the strains of Richard Clayderman and Mantovani. Berg also used the videos to handpick child brides. Amy Brill, who escaped the group after her father's suicide, said she was transported to Berg's secret residence and married to him at 13, following her performance in a striptease video. In the early 1970s, Berg introduced religious prostitution, quaintly rebranded flirty fishing, or FFing. He asked female members if they were willing to be nailed, like the biblical character Jesus was nailed to a cross, and sent them out to seduce strangers. In a Mo letter called The 7 F's of FFing, he outlined the various ways these strangers, called fish, could serve the group. Some would simply fund the group with sex payments. Some would become members. Some, in positions of power, could even provide political backing. In 1975, after flirty fishing a local hotel worker in Tenerife, Berg's wife, Karen Zerby, gave birth to David Moses Zerby, nicknamed Davidito, who Berg treated as his own son and successor. The couple documented every aspect of the boy's life in a book called The Story of Davidito, which Berg presented as a guide to raising children. It became a record of Davidito's sexual abuse. Photos of him in his first 3 years were captioned with sexual insinuations, suggesting he had a come-hither look and enjoyed threesomes. A chapter called My Little Fish showed him in multiple sexual acts with one of his nannies. Following Berg's doctrines and personal example, abuse was widespread within the group. Verity Carter, who escaped the group at 15, described it as hell on earth. She reported being abused from the age of 4 by various members, including her father, who was convicted. Author Natasha Tormey, who escaped at 18, also reported being abused from the age of 4 by a man called Uncle Clay, who persisted even when she was down with a fever. Peter Fruman reported being abused at 11 by a woman of 28 in front of an approving audience that included his mother. Because sex between adults and minors had been normalized, it didn't seem like abuse.
And let's just say I have wondered this about, let's just say, certain situations that some of y'all in this community might be aware of, like how much of this is something everybody other than certain people is like, oh, that's all types of fucked up, versus, you know, a lot of those inappropriate, there's no normal boundary functioning in these groups, right? And so this is what I mean, like, what do you do when it's like, oh yeah, my mother was there? You're like, I have no words for this. I just have no words for this anymore. But let me say this, something y'all are going to hear me talk about that I think is important to keep in mind is soft culting. I watched the video a long time ago. I need to do this damn video on the superpowers of certain cults. And it was sort of like, I think it was genetically, no, it was Drew. What's Drew's channel? Genetically Modified Skeptic. Is that his thing? Sorry, yeah, Genetically Modified Skeptic. Got it. Boom. It's not Rationality Rules. I got it. It's the Genetically Modified. I always get them two mixed up. All right, Genetically Modified Skeptic. He made a video. It was like a cult tier list. and he gave each cult like their 3 superpowers. And boy, that video just pissed me off because, as I've come to understand lately, I think GMS is a little too Jesus friendly. Like, he made a video like, why I love Jesus but won't worship him. Like, I saw him as like really useful at first, like, because he's so like friendly and kind of like pro-theist and really friendly to all the Christians. But now he's like so Christian friendly. I'm like, are you really even helping them get out of it at this point? Or are you just, you know, making them feel like you deep down secretly wish you could still be in the club? But anyway, I immediately wanted to say, no, this is all types of fucked up, and stop doing this thing where we say, oh, I'm going to talk to you about all the top cults, but I'm going to exclude all the major world religions from the cult list, because we all know they're churches, not, like, I'm not doing that. So anyway, I had to come up with my own 3 superpowers as to why Christianity is the world's top cult. And y'all will see where this is going. Those 3 superpowers are, in short order, soft culting, which is what I'm talking about right now, but we'll come back to it. It's basically the idea that you associate cults with extreme behavior, extreme isolation, drink the Kool-Aid, don't wear this, you have to live in a commune, you have to live on a compound, you can't work amongst the normal people, you can't have a cell phone, you can't go to prom, you can't listen to bad music, right? What Christianity does is what I call soft culting. You're in a fucking cult, but since it doesn't have all of those markers, those telltale markers of hard culting, you get to pretend you're not in a cult. It's not that you're not in a cult, it's just that your cult is soft. You know, they just you can go to school wherever you want. Yeah, you can still have whatever job you can marry whoever God has for you. You know what I mean? And so since the level of, let's just say, weirdness demanded by the cult is within, you know, let's just say your comfort range of whatever, however many standard deviations away you are from normal, you know, you're not way out there on the edge of the distribution, so you think you're not in a cult. Because you think only the people at the far extremes are in a cult. The other superpower is dominion. I would say dominion or dominionism. It's basically just the idea that, you know, your particular cult is the dominant paradigm. It says, in God we trust on the money. All the politicians thank the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ when they accept their, you know, public offices, even though there's supposed to be a separation of church and state. You know, all your athletes, you just, oh yeah. Every time they hit a home run after the fight. Yeah, I just want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ because I knew the Lord blessed me with that uppercut when I knocked that other motherfucker unconscious. Yeah, the Lord was really on my side tonight. So that's dominionism. Like, since everybody down with your cult and your cult is the ruling paradigm, it don't seem like you're in a cult anymore. And then the third is denominationalism, which is basically, a lot of y'all have heard of like cafe Christianity, right? Buffet Christianity. You go up to Christianity and you go up to the buffet and you pick out the parts you like, you throw away the parts you don't. So, you know, like, well, if you're just coming up with another, it's not just another name for cafe Christianity. Why? Here's the difference. You can be a cafe, pick and choose of any religion you want. You can be a Muslim and pick and choose the parts you like and don't like. You can be Jewish and pick and choose the parts you don't like. You can be Middle Eastern, I don't even know, a naturalist, Native American wolf worshiper, okay? And you can pick and choose the parts you like and don't like about Native American wolf worshiping. Whatever the thing is, you can pick and choose. So that cafe Christianity thing applies across the board. The difference is denominationalism means whatever you pick and choose, there is likely a church and a community of believers close enough to what you like. That's the difference. If let's say I live in a community where there's only one mosque, and I go to that mosque and I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers is crazy. Like, they're real extreme, they're real conservative. Like, that just ain't my particular flavor of Islam, right? I'm more of a building bridges of love and understanding Muslim, right? But the thing is, if there's no building bridges of love and understanding mosque within a 50-mile radius, my ass is going to be building bridges of love and understanding at home by my goddamn self. And that's the difference. Denominationalism is the Christian superpower, because you could be like, I am a hardcore Trumplican, eat the left, QAnon, whatever. There's a congregation for you in a mega church. I am gays are cool, women can be pastors, black people are good to go. Let's increase the minimum wage and serve the poor. Mega church for your ass too. Somewhere in the middle, mega church for your ass too. Real lowly, snake handling, speaking tongues, visit, whatever, church for you. Real hoity-toity, intellectual, everybody's got a PhD, there's a church for your ass too. And you know what? They're all within a goddamn 10-mile radius of each other. So those are the Christian superpowers. Now let's go circle this all the way back onto the first superpower, soft culting. Remember, soft culting, dominion, denominationalism. This is soft culting. When we hear this, there's a danger that we go, oh, these people are freaking crazy. Oh, they call the first lady of the church the queen? Well, why every other church get away with calling her the first lady? What the fuck is the first lady supposed to mean? See what I mean? That's soft culting. Oh, my wife is just regular old bitch I brought with me to church this Sunday. Oh, but the pastor's wife, oh, that's the first lady. That's the first family. I grew up in one of them first families. We was the second family, then we was the first family. Why are you special compared to all the other? That's some cult shit. But it's soft culting. Right? So let's not get tripped up. A lot of us are not seeing this type of extremely, but this is exactly what is going on in our families. This is what's going on in the everyday churches. They're isolating you from other groups. They're teaching you not to trust insiders. They're teaching you that they have the truth. They're teaching you to overlook abuse and abusive relationships and toxic cultures, and you're constantly being shamed into stuff like, so just keep in mind that this is probably going on in a lot broader, this probably affects a much broader range of the spectrum than these type of extreme examples can sometimes make it easy to overlook.
And children in the group. Aside from being pressured into sex with other members and
the
into
first
prostitution,
the first
Sylvia
family,
eventually
like
discovered the
He's
abuse her
fourth.
children suffered. Of her first 4 children, the 2 youngest, Victoria and Miriam, reported being pushed to perform strip teases in their early teens. The second oldest, Debbie, was molested between the ages of 9 and 12 by a member living at their home. On discovering the abuse, Sylvia threw him out. But when Debbie was 15, group leaders began molesting her. Debbie had been prepared to fend off ordinary members, but she said rejecting leaders felt impossible. Sylvia's oldest child, Shuli, didn't make it out of the group alive. At 15, she contracted lupus, an autoimmune disease that turns the body against itself. Members were encouraged to shun worldly medicine, but for a while Shuli accepted drug treatment. To distract herself from the pain, she liked to read books. But books were forbidden. Shuli decided to write to Berg himself to ask if it would be okay for her to read. In his public reply, Berg insinuated that the lupus was her punishment for reading. Eventually, feeling guilty and inadequate, Shuli discontinued her medication. She died aged 17. Berg later published a dream in which he met Shuli in heaven and was seduced by her. A graphic depiction of their sexual encounter followed. Shuli's grieving siblings were enraged. From the start, David Berg presented himself as a revolutionary, here to turn the world upside down, emulating Jesus. From this swaggering self-assessment, we should expect to see an individual boldly asserting himself into the public arena, fearlessly preaching his message to the masses, openly challenging the authorities of his time with unwavering conviction. But Berg was a make-believe revolutionary. He kept his doctrines secret.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, Daniel. Like, it seems crazy. Like, I guess they're getting around and preaching about the sexual immorality of others and then demanding, it's really wild. I hate to say this, it reminds you a lot of what's going on now. Like, even the Trump administration, right? Like, they're supposed to be God's candidates and all this, but I notice they seem to not have any value for any unattractive women. I'm not saying I'm attracted to all the women they pick, but all of their women have that kind of look to them, like where they find them attractive. And it's kind of like, wait, shouldn't the party of conservative values and blah, 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 blah. It's like they're constantly telling us they're the moral authorities, but we never see any actual moral benefit from it. Matter of fact, it's always the opposite. And that's the part I don't think we can ignore anymore.
Within the safe confines of his devoted group, taking great efforts to hide them from outsiders. This included multiple purges, in which the group was told to edit or destroy sexually explicit publications like the Davidito book. Members were threatened with excommunication for non-compliance. Some letters were preemptively labelled bar pub, meaning burn after
Sarah
reading
Wall,
publication.
thank you for the sub.
Group representatives denied all accusations of abuse. When questioned about the Padilla family's allegations, a group spokesman called Solomon rejected them outright.
But again, okay, so here's a perfect example of soft culting. Now, a lot of y'all are fully well aware of, we are apparently, I don't know how this is true because the clock's about to turn 2023, y'all. As I like to say, it is motherfucking Jetsons time, and these motherfuckers are trying to take us back to the Flintstones era. Do y'all feel me? Let me say it again. We are living in the motherfucking Jetsons times. We have cars that drive themselves, computers in our watches, fucking microwaves that tell you when they're overheated and all of that shit. And these motherfuckers are trying to take us back to the Flintstones time where you can't even decide if you want to be pregnant anymore. So it's the most regressive shit imaginable.
4 key denials. Denial number 1. He said no one told members to share themselves sexually. But in a Mo letter called One Wife, couples who didn't share were accused of failing to put the larger family first. Berg warned that their God would only take the willing and abandon the rest. Reluctant members were told they must have a demon inside them, or that they didn't love their God enough. Escapees have reported having to follow sharing schedules created by leaders to ensure everyone shared with everyone else. The fact is members were routinely told to have sex with other members and coerced if they resisted. Denial number 2. Solomon claimed flirty fishing was never synonymous with sex. He said it could simply mean going to a bar or a park and talking to someone about Jesus. In fact, flirty fishing was synonymous with prostitution, as illustrated by Berg's synonyms for flirty fishers. God's whores.
Okay. So look, I promised I would tie all that back to soft culting. So this is a great way to tie them both together. The book burning and the flirty fishing. Let's talk about both of these. So we know these crazy people are out here burning books, and it feels like, again, we're living in Jetsons times. They're trying to take us back to the Flintstone era. They're literally burning books like it's Salem up in this shit. Like we on a for real witch hunt. And where are the witches, y'all? They're the fictional characters in middle school novels by BT Dubs, in case you didn't know. However, though, I have found myself with family and other friends in positions where I am directly trying to present them with some knowledge that contradicts their narrative or their Bible or their faith. And knowing that I'm not one to mince information, like I don't make a habit of providing people, erroneous information. What I'll notice is that, and even my family is guilty of this, my mother, my grandfather, they just won't look at it. They will outright refuse to read it. So how does this tie to soft culting? Well, yeah, we might go, oh, you cultist fuckfaces over there who are burning these books and you won't let anybody read them, right? But we should reserve some of that scorn for the motherfuckers who don't burn the books, right? But just simply refuse to read them. They still ignorant as shit, and they're willfully ignorant, just like these motherfuckers know if people got into them books, they'd be more educated, they get a fucking clue. That's why they burned them. But these people over here know they get a clue too if they just open them books and actually read them. And they sit there up every day. They got time to read their devotional. They got time to be on YouTube. They got time to watch their shows. They could put together a goddamn sermon for you, but you want to put them on some shit that challenges them and they refuse to read it. That's soft culting. You might not burn the book, but you're denying the knowledge just the same. These people are saying just burn the fucking book, get rid of it, create some more shelf space. These people are saying you can leave it on the goddamn shelf, just let it sit there and collect dust. Don't you dare read it. Soft culting. Flirty fishing. Okay, cool. So this church is bad. They're sending attractive young women out to have sex and seduce people and give you a blowjob for Jesus, which, hey, probably works. Sounds pretty effective. But these people over here are basically doing the same thing. They're sending the cute girls out on the international missions trip or to the coffee shop to strike up conversations with young single-ass horny men, right? I tell people I moved on the Mormon Express because any college campus, you could go, major college campus, you're going to find a group of very attractive young Mormon women who were just basically out there, to strike up conversations with dudes and point them to the right place. So they're all doing it, right? There's a soft cult version of the same tactic. It's just, if they're not sucking dick, if they're not exchanging cash for ass, we're like, oh, well, they're just evangelizing. It's the same fucking playbook. You mean to tell me a ugly bitch can't tell me about the word of God? You can't send me some nerdy-looking computer science majors to tell me all about how the word of the gospel can transform my life? Nah, you send me some Taylor Swift-ass looking bitch who you know I'm trying to bend over one of these pews. Soft culting, y'all. Don't fall for it.
Because for Jesus. Denial number 3. Solomon said the group hadn't produced pornography and claimed no knowledge of any videos dedicated to Berg.
Jesus on the Mount.
In a 1995 court hearing, the group made the same denial under divine oath. After tapes were produced in evidence, they changed their story, claiming the videos were just intended to instill a positive body image in its members, but the intention was undeniably pornographic. Pornography is defined as forms of media designed to be sexually arousing. In a Mo letter called Glorify God in the Dance, Berger
Guys, does this mean my entrance is pornography? Because, I mean, let's face it, it is definitely designed to be sexually arousing, and from what I hear, it's absolutely effective. I mean, I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I got the look that drives the girls wild. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I never thought about it. YouTube, don't ban me for this, YouTube. I'm just a sexy boy, YouTube. I'm trying to tell them to not treat me that way. I'm tired of being, I'm not your boy toy, okay? I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy.
He stated that he used the videos as a lively accompaniment to sex. Over 30 highly repetitive pages. He then gave detailed instructions.
All right, I'm being way too musical here, but a lively accompaniment to sex actually sounds incredible. I'm like seeing like me and a beautiful woman on a bed, and there's like, you know, like a 16-piece string section over here, some soft horns playing over here, a nice harp playing in the background, maybe a timpani, you know, as I get ready to climax, you know what I'm saying? This elaborate accompaniment, they got to use better language. You know, they're just making it sound like it's an orchestra around I'm making love, and they got me thinking this could actually be a good thing. I got to change my imagery. All right, here we go.
Regarding what turned him on, restating ad nauseum that dancers should be naked except for a see-through scarf or veil, and should dance in a provocative, tantalizing, teasing way, because stolen peeks and secret looks were more exciting. Finally, we have denial number 4. Solomon said the group didn't believe in sex between minors and adults. In 1989, Berg released an official public denial to that effect, claiming sex with minors was absolutely forbidden. In the body of his statement, Berg cited the much criticized My Little Fish chapter in the Davidito book that showed the boy's nanny molesting him. Berg attempted to scapegoat her, claiming the chapter reflected her own personal experience and opinions, and that such intimate relationships between minors and adults had never been encouraged or condoned in the group. But Berg's official encouragement, condonation, and participation was prolific and undeniable.
Unbelievable.
From his repeated justifications in group publications to the child brides he molested, including his own granddaughter, Mary Berg, a brave and inspiring individual who endured unthinkable abuse and became an outspoken critic
spoke out
of the group.
about it, yeah.
Another branch of child molestation in the group was revealed by Anik and Ron Scheibel, who've helped over 50 individuals escape and acclimatize to the outside world. They reported that they quit the group when leaders told Ron they wanted him to have sex with a 12-year-old to humble her arrogance. Ron refused and threatened action against anyone else who complied. Following Berg's public denouncement of child sex, privately, the approval continued. A secret letter to the group from Karen Zerby revealed their defiant attitude. In it, she stated fondling children was not wrong and did not constitute abuse, and she anticipated a time when the group would take a stand and be truthful about the subject. Some years later, she would see her son, the boy called Davidito, take a stand of his own. Going by the new name of Ricky Rodriguez, he tracked down and killed one of his abusers, a nanny called Angela Smith, then committed suicide.
Whoa!
For David Berg...
Whoa, trigger warning, y'all. This got dark. I know a lot of people in our audience are, been victimized in their own way, and I want to make sure everybody's okay. But yeah, this is a crazy story, and... it's the type of thing that deserves your attention because, sort of like social physics, right? You say for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And I think it's unfortunate that people are so resilient. It's fortunate that people are so resilient, right? Let's say that. But an unfortunate side effect of our resilience is that for the most part, we just go on with things. Let's just take a mundane, routine example. It's just harder to deal with it. Like I found myself in a situation today with Gather. It's a little bit of a bug, maybe an issue. Not even so much, just a feature. I don't like the way it's designed. Maybe I should have said something, but I was like, I got to deal with this thing. I don't want to take the extra time, right? We learn how to just absorb things even when we shouldn't and just deal. And it sometimes you overlook how broken the system is or how bad things really are. And so it's always tragic when something gets to this extreme where you're hearing some story that's like something out of a movie. But it's important to remember that anybody in that situation is going through that, whether they react that strongly or not. You know, I would say the squeaky oil gets the wheel. But man, I think about how hard it is for people to leave a live comment in the chat or, you know, leave a comment or a video, or how hard it is for my students who aren't gregarious to do something as simple as speak up and ask a question in class. So if you think about that, how difficult it must be for most young people to speak up when they're abused by people in positions of authority in communities that are already like reinforcing unhealthy and toxic ways of relating to the group already, right? So it's not like you're in a healthy group. If you're in a healthy group and a leader fucks you all kinds of ways up, that's awful. That's like that's horrible. How can you even imagine that? But you're also in a group that has given you no sort of tools or coping skills for how to actually deal with shit. So, man, this is wild.
And his representatives. The lies
I just
flow
got some
freely,
new subs and I'm
even
about
under
to get
divine oath.
canceled or
Many
suspended
high-control
or something.
ideological
This shit
groups teach their members that it's fine to employ deception in certain circumstances.
Y'all subscribe to Hunter Biden's laptops in the description. That's our second channel. That's where we'll be if this channel gets suspended for a week. We're out here every day, y'all. And what are we going to do tomorrow? The same thing we do every day. We are taking over the internet. But YouTube hasn't really gotten notice yet, so you might want to subscribe to the second channel. Just saying.
Deception can even become an official policy with its own special name. In Berg's group, it was called Deceivers Yet True. Rules were laid out about what kinds of deception were acceptable. Deceiving other family members was strictly forbidden, as was deceiving for selfish motives, like avoiding punishment for wrongdoings. But non-members, who were considered to be serving the devil, were said to have no right to the truth.
Damn.
As is repeatedly observed in high-control groups,
wow.
The leadership failed to follow its own rules. Berg had no problem lying to avoid punishment.
And a lot of the Christianity, I understand, goes one step further than that, like, because it'll say flat out that not only, like, it'll basically say that we deny the truth, right? Or sometimes say that we know the truth in their hearts but reject it, or all this other types of stuff. And it's stating it differently. It's sort of like a lot of y'all know who the Cool Kids crew is, if you think of all those words being spelled with K's. But no, you can state the white nationalist mission as we hate black people. And people are like, that's bad, right? But you could state it as, well, we just want to provide a safe community for the growth and prosperity of the white man and his heritage, right? And we're still going to be like, yeah, but you're still a racist fuckhead, right? We're not going to allow the fact that you have stated your exclusion of others as a mere desire to, do what's best for your own kind or whatever. Like, we're not that stupid. But this is kind of the game that Christians play with themselves. Like, rather than say, oh, that non-believer over there, just doesn't believe my shit is true. it's oh well, you know, well, they know in their hearts, and you know they're in denial of the truth. They're shunning the truth. So now, when you treat them differently, it's almost not your fault, right? And you're stating your prejudice as they reject reality. It's not that I think they're, you know, some kind of fucked up ass heathen that doesn't know up from down, but they're just repackaging the same fucking shit.
And was happy to throw other group members under the bus to evade prosecution by authorities. And in her book, Born into the Children
The
of
hard
God,
drive labeled
Natasha
lap dance.
Tormey revealed a twisted way in which children were trained to break the rule of always telling the truth to family members. When she was 4, some adult members came to interview the children separately, asking if anyone had touched them in a bad way. Although Natasha had been abused by a man called Clay, her instincts prompted her to lie and say no. The next morning, it was revealed that the interviews had been a test of the children's loyalty to the group. A girl called Samantha, who had reported being abused, was then publicly forced to eat soap and wear a cardboard sign saying, "I am on silence," to eat soap, and wear a cardboard sign saying, "I am on silence restriction."
Gang, I remember some crazy ass babysitter as a kid that I think made us eat soap. I remember when that was a thing. What the fuck was going on back then? Who the fuck was that? I gotta ask my mother about this shit. Who the fuck was this crazy ass lady? Why do I remember this shit? I hope this is a false memory. I hope this is something somebody threatened me with that didn't actually happen. But this is definitely a thing they used to threaten kids with all the time. I'll wash your mouth out with soap. This shit is crazy. But y'all, that whole test thing, like, oh, this was a test. Wow. And I sometimes even worry about this in our own communities, like the way people talk about snitching and stuff like that. Like, don't get me wrong, fuck 12. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you got to understand, like, if something really goes down, you gotta be able to seek out the assistance of public safety and keep your community safe. I told you, man. So I was out walking the dog the other night, and there was an SUV rolled up the street, real slow, like real creeping. I live in a nice neighborhood, and we're not used to, you know, somebody rolling through here like late, you know, 3-4 o'clock in the morning. No lights on, nothing. Man, I was this close to calling the cops, and as I got close, it turned out to be a cop. I almost called them boys on them boys. But for real, it's the type of thing where you can't teach somebody, oh, you can never snitch on anybody. And then what are you saying to them? Like, no matter what anybody does to them, like they can't, you know, seek, you know, what's right or help somebody out. Like it just gets weird. Maybe you should be specific, you know, if nobody's getting harmed and people's just trying to exchange a little money for a little weed, man, we don't rat on our nonviolent marijuana dealers. You know what I'm saying? Be more specific, you know, because you can't just be blanket telling people not to snitch. That's not a good message, man. Man, look, will somebody roll up on your woman? Was you not gonna call the cops, bro? Something wrong? What the fuck is wrong with you? Nah, well, you know, somebody clock your woman upside the head. Hey, baby, you know what they say? Snitches get stitches. Yeah, your ass. Yeah, snitches, you ain't gonna need to snitch to get them snitches tonight. She gonna make sure you get stitches either way. I'm gonna tell you that much.
Please do not speak to me. The message to the children was
I'm snitching on my pastor.
Don't tell anyone you were abused.
Very clear.
The most effective way to conceal
Wow.
child abuse is to ensure the children never make any allegations, not even to those they're taught to trust. When an allegation is made,
Yo, I thought somebody was blaring horns outside my house. That shit, I was like, what is that? That music scared the shit out of me. I did not.
cover-ups can employ a huge range of strategies, often in combination. Sometimes allegations can be buried before they become public, Accusers can be bribed and or threatened, a method employed by the Catholic Church to cover up child molestation
I haven't heard
by its
numbnuts
clergy.
in a while.
Sometimes damning evidence can be altered or destroyed, as Berg's group tried to do. Once an allegation's been made public, other strategies come into play, including various forms of denial. The accused can simply lie and deny the allegation flat out. They can deny knowledge or recall of the offence. They can deny that the offence comes within their sphere of responsibility, or that the offence is as serious or far-reaching as their accusers allege. Another strategy is evasion. The accused might try to avoid being questioned, wriggling out of court attendance by claiming illness or bereavement, or even becoming a fugitive, as Berg did, to elude authorities.
Wow.
They might falsely claim some duty of secrecy, which prevents them sharing damning material. In some groups, new members are given different names. This happened with Natasha Torme's.
And that's fucked up too, because even legitimate roles of secrecy have their limits. Like, I remember being trained as a peer listener, and we were always told that, you know, you have an absolute right, an absolute duty to be a source of confidentiality when students come to you, ... right? Unless, you know, it's one of these situations where there's a serious threat to themselves, or somebody is currently a seriously threat to their safety, or they're being, you know, harmed or abused in some way like that. So legitimate sources, even like my psychiatrist, right? My shrink, you know, your lawyer, right? There are limits to what your lawyer will withhold, right? Your lawyer's like, yeah, like, right? Your lawyer will tell you, look, here are the exact limits to our attorney-client privilege, right? Here is what you should not say to me, right? Like, because it just is what it is, right? Like, so again, it's part of y'all. And it's very unfortunate that people in our lives don't see this. Ah, Lord, how do I say this? Part of what it takes to participate in mass in this type of toxic, abusive culture is you have to completely overlook all the telltale signs of toxicity and abuse, right? Think about it. If you go to like a peer listener, even or something like that in a school situation, there are limits. A lawyer, limits. A medical doctor, limits, right? Only when we create this group over here called pastors, no regulations, no real legal type of restraint to this whole system that they got going on, no taxes, no oversight. Now all of a sudden there's all types of arguments for why they should not be subject to blah, 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 right? And then it's like, well, of course that's where the abuse is going to be. And it's sad because I think of the quote unquote true man of God, like I think of my grandfather and a lot of other people who are genuine Christians, and yes, we know they're good, but even though that's the case, they should understand now the need for there to be, for the organizations to always have these type of safeguards in place. It's the same way. It's like, oh, they always get this argument for God that goes outside science, outside logic. Well, then of course it's not true. What do you think? They just conveniently, you know what I mean? It's. Of course, they had to sell you on a system of faith where you didn't need. You should. They told you to forsake your own reason. Of course they were lying to you. You know, it becomes obvious when you're on the other side. You're like, oh, yeah, of course they told me not to lean not on my own understanding, because if I leant on my own understanding, I would have realized they were full of shit sooner, right? But then you see that other people never kind of connect those dots, right? Oh, my goodness, they told me I was free, but then they told me that God was the Lord over me, and I had to. And then I realized now I tell people, listen, if you utter the words Lord and Master, out your goddamn mouth of your own accord, you are not free. Right? They be forgetting this shit. But for those of you that miss civics, you know, maybe you don't come from an African-American household and your parents weren't hit you with the blase and the glavinoids about the slavery and the history of slavery. So let me just catch all of y'all up in case you missed the fucking civics lesson, okay? Here's how this works. If you call someone Lord or master, if you have a lord or a master, you're not free. Period. End of story. I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear no. I don't want to hear about true freedom comes because the master takes care of. No. That's not how freedom works. Period. Stop. Just stop.
Who've been rebaptized to reflect Berg's idea that members should be moldable, like clay on a potter's wheel. Blurring identities can help abusers evade justice.
King, queen,
some defenders choose to go
too.
on the offensive with counter-accusations, attacking their accuser's character and motives, claiming their rights are being violated, claiming unfair prejudice or persecution. Maybe the most slippery strategies are the ones involving misdirection, otherwise known as smoke and mirrors, which direct our attention to the wrong place with misleading or irrelevant information. Angus asks Jeffrey, does your church accept corporal punishment for children? Jeffrey replies, our church expects parents to discipline and raise their children. This is misdirection, completely bypassing the central question of corporal punishment by answering an
Oh, who does this, y'all? Who's the person that goes around college campuses with the horseshit ass street epistemology? Like the y'all know I'm extra cursy tonight because Derek said he's gonna try to be professional and not curse on stream tonight. So I'm getting an entire day's worth of cursing out in just tonight's stream. Thank you for subscribing, Ecology First. I think it's Ray Comfort, right? So Ray Comfort goes around to the college campuses and they'll be like, yeah, I don't think, God exists. I don't think sin is real, blah, 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 whatever. And he'll be like, well, have you ever lied? Could it be said that you've ever taken or desired to take anything that does not belong to you? And you're like, yeah. Well, didn't you deserve to be, and you're like, what? Like,
unasked question of Jeffrey's own
Todd
invention.
Friel. There you go. There's another
Meaningless phrases
Anthony
can be used
Magnabasso.
to give a parody of answering while saying nothing.
How does he say his name? Is it Magnabosco? I was it's Magnabosco. I don't know how to pronounce it. Todd Free is worse, I think. Oh man, see we getting some of these hardcore here. Y'all know channels I don't know. I'm trying to think is worse than Ray Comfort a thing you're like, really? I gotta see worse than Ray Comfort, or you're like, do I really? Like, I didn't know that was possible, but I'm not sure it's good for my mental health to witness it.
Zara asks Jag, does your group have any female leaders?
Might put my head through a wall.
The truth is, his group doesn't accept female leaders. To try and cover up that truth, he replies, women are crucial. This statement is meaningless. It doesn't specify how women are crucial.
Yes.
But Jag hopes this deflection will sound affirmative enough to stop the awkward questions. Later, if the truth comes out, he can truthfully say he didn't lie. But what he can't truthfully say is that he didn't intend to deceive. Defendants can misdirect by using misleading, unrepresentative examples. Children of God spokesman Solomon did this when he downplayed flirty fishing as a conversation about Jesus in a park.
Right.
And, like Berg did with Devidito's nanny, scapegoats can be offered up to direct attention away.
Pause. It's kind of interesting, too, because remember I talked about the soft culting version, right, is, you're just sending the attractive people to do your flirty fishing. You just don't take it as far, right? Which, God, why would you need to do that anyway? Your group sales pitch really sucks. If your sales pitch is actual sex, like actually, your group sucks. I hate to break it to you. Your group sucks. Guys, think about my reality here. I am a fucking evolutionary biologist. I am as radical as an atheist as I can imagine. I literally want to ruin your holidays. If it were up to me, I think you should either not go home for the holidays in protest of your religious family, or go home to your religious family in protest over holiday dinner. I'm all about it. Blow that shit all the way up, because it isn't getting any better for you anytime soon. Let's be real. All right? At the same time, I literally got my life all swept up in a cult of an evangelical church. I cannot imagine being part of a group where I am any less buying what they have to sell. You know why? Because they're really good people. At the end of the day, I think they on some bullshit about the Jesus. I ain't got nothing. They be saying some crazy shit, but I'm going to be honest with you. Deep down inside, I ain't gonna front with you. They're really good people. They're nice, they're sweet, they're lovely, they're great friends, they're good neighbors, they're cool bandmates. We get along. I love them. They're lovely people. I be telling all my look, just come to church. You're gonna meet these people. You're gonna love the people. You're gonna want to hang out all the time. People come, girl be dating me, whatever. They be all about my church friends. Why they not invited to this? Now they want to come to. Look, I'm telling you, they're just cool people. What is my point here? Your sales pitch. Your group has to suck. I'm sorry. If literally people could be, guys, think about it right now. If you had a lovely coworker who was just a nice person who believed in the cult of the fairy dragon from Algamarth, you would be like, I have no idea what that means. But if they were like, look, we're having a little get together. It's going to be kind of like a potluck. It's going to be some great people. My friends are going to come through. We're going to play some games. It's going to be a good time. You should come. Right? You're like, yeah, bitch, bring it. Come on. I'm down to have a good time. Right? You're going to go. You're going to have yourself a good time. You're like, oh, yeah, y'all are pretty cool. Y'all do something else. And it's cool. Invite me. I'll come through. All right, see y'all later. Have a good time. You're going to go about your life. How bad does your group have to suck that you really actually need real sex to get people to come to your group? Wow. Y'all have to really be the worst. I mean, y'all a bunch of public child fuckers. So, I'm child, whatever the word. All right, whatever. This stream getting all the way canceled anyway. But seriously, y'all are the worst. Y'all are the worst. Literally, I can imagine having a better time with QAnon. Hey, at least QAnon has some ironic pizza theme party. No, QAnon has the whole Pizzagate thing. So QAnon, ironically, they have some weird ass. You could go to a QAnon event and be like, y'all some crazy motherfuckers, but this pizza's kind of banging, and even QAnon doesn't have to stoop this low, y'all.
From the guilty.
That's crazy.
Even if the guilty party is forced to admit to some wrongdoing,
even compared to
the
QAnon,
cover-up can
that's
continue.
bad.
To get the authorities off their backs,
No,
abusive
they-
groups will sometimes fake interest and reformation. They'll promise to consider the recommendations.
They don't. I thought they would make pizzas with little pepperoni and sausage shaped like children. No, that's not. They're not into that.
Official judicial panels and undertake to introduce new safeguards. But it's just word games. There is no intention to change, and the abuse will go on. A number of these tactics have been repeatedly used by senior Jehovah's Witnesses to try and cover up hundreds of cases of child molestation within
I thought
the
it was
organization,
fucking horns again. It's that
and
damn
the
music.
doctrines that have helped to perpetuate that abuse.
Oh, that brass is abusing me. For some reason, I'm just not cued to it.
Denial is nothing new to the leaders of the separatist Christian group, Jehovah's Witnesses, whose religious symbol is a watchtower. Any religious group in the habit of predicting the end of the world inevitably becomes practiced at cover-up techniques when their prophecies fail, as they invariably do. For the children of God, Armageddon was predicted to arrive in 1993. For Jehovah's Witnesses, numerous termination dates spanning over a century have come and gone, including the year 1975. Like David Berg, the Jehovah's Witness leadership, known as the governing body, produces a range of publications to convey their ideas, including their magazines Awake and The Watchtower. Those publications heavily pushed the 1975 end time prediction. The year was derived using biblical chronology to calculate the date of the supposed first human, Adam, at 4026.
Yo, look at these numbers. 4026 BCE. Plus the allotted time for humanity is 6,000 years. Oh, clearly. 1975. Sure.
BCE. Then, adding 6,000 years, the allotted time for humanity's existence.
Man.
According to the governing body,
Clear as mud.
only members of Jehovah's organization would qualify for eternal life. The rest would be annihilated. In 1969, Awake magazine told young people they needed to face the fact they would never grow old in the present system and never fulfill any career the world had to offer. In the previous year, the Kingdom Ministry publication urged members to get into pioneering ministry for the organization, telling them
yeah, I mean, that's a pretty important job. I mean, it's pretty crazy, like, ugh. And I think that's even speaks to part of, you know, maybe to answer that question of Derek Stream, what terrifies Christians about evolution. It says that is really our nature. Either your God didn't create us or he created us extra pillagey, let's just say.
Only about 90 months left before human existence was completed.
And the plunder.
In 1974, the publication then applauded members who had sold their homes to devote themselves to pioneering, remarking that it was a fine way to spend the short time remaining before the wicked world's end. The Armageddon prediction changed many lives. Witnesses gave up opportunities in education and business.
Like a pack of cigarettes.
Insurance policies were cancelled. Some put off having children. What was the leadership doing? Buying new property.
What happened?
In the early part of 1975...
Is that Joel? I thought I heard a voice on stage, but I don't have it open. Oh, nope. Dude, that's crazy. So that's literally some biblical shit like Paul, right? What's the point of getting married? What do you mean? Why are you freezing your meats? You know, we're not going to be around months from now. What's that deep freezer for? Get rid of that shit. Married? This is wild. This is really crazy. But this is kind of what I even think of somebody who gives up. I hate to say this. Fornication isn't a thing, right? So I remember reading, like this. My mother gave me this book called The Mother's Legacy, where she like talks about what she was like growing up and stuff. And I remember the part where she reflects on like basically like judging fast girls, right? Like, oh, you know, girls, those fast girls were all into sex with boys. You know, it's like whatever. But we don't, you know, I always say we always say that a lot of times if a person's religion doesn't harm us or interfere with our life, then we don't have a problem with it. But when you think about something just that basic, I don't think any of us can sit here and say religions give us a healthy reflection of human sexuality. That's a heavy price to pay for something that no one's ever been able to demonstrate to my satisfaction. And even in the life of just your run-of-the-mill, genuine Christian who, let's just say, they never harm anybody as a result of their Christianity, and they're not participating in any sort of extreme brand of Christianity, but just those sort of everyday sacrifices demanded of your sort of run-of-the-mill, 7.5 to 8 out of 10 churches is quite damaging to anybody that really practices it.
Humanity's final year.
Genuine
the organization
Christians.
bought the 15-story Towers Hotel in Brooklyn. While they were encouraging and praising huge sacrifices among their flock, they were expanding their real estate. When 1975 passed without incident, the governing body went into denial. In July 1976, they said witnesses had put off or neglected things they otherwise would have cared for, had got it wrong. It was their own fault for thinking biblical chronology revealed a specific date. So, to excuse its own blunders, the governing body scapegoated all the witnesses who'd been guided by its blunders. It also altered evidence. In the 1968 edition of its publication, The Truth That Leads to Eternal Life, it quoted a prediction made in 1960 by former US Secretary of State Dean Acheson that in 15 years' time, i.e. 1975, the world would be too dangerous to live in. But in the revised 1981 edition, the specific time frame of 15 years was conspicuously replaced with the word soon. In recent years, the governing bodies come under scrutiny for another cover-up, this time regarding child sexual abuse. The hypocrisy of this cover-up is as brazen as it gets. In a barrage of articles in Awake magazine, the governing body has repeatedly pointed a sanctimonious finger at the Catholic Church for its institutional cover-up of child molestation by its priests, noting the long-term, often permanent damage done to the child. These articles cast the governing body as a champion of children. A 2011 article correctly reported that abuse by priests was ignored because of loyalty to the absolute authority of the Catholic Church. It neglected to mention that loyalty to the Jehovah's Witness governing body, which
I remember when I was a Christian, I had this girlfriend. She went to my grandfather's church when I played drums there. And I would always, every time she would say something smart to me at church in front of people, I would say if she kept acting, I was going to have to lay hands on her. Oh, creepy church jokes.
Exercises vastly greater control over
that was my
has had the same silent
flirty
effect.
fishing, y'all.
A 1993 article accused the Catholic Church of compounding the initial sexual abuse with a second, more painful psychological abuse. The abuse of failing to listen or take accusations seriously, and only protecting abusers. A 1990 article accused the Catholic Church of hushing up cases and taking no significant disciplinary action. But people in glass watchtowers really shouldn't throw stones. As I'll be showing, the Jehovah's Witness organization is also guilty on every count. The problem of child abuse isn't exclusive to any group, but it can become entrenched in groups that put up obstacles to justice. One obstacle the Jehovah's Witness governing body shares with the Catholic Church is its preening concern for reputation. Valuing public image over the welfare of their members has led both organizations to focus their energies on hiding their shame rather than tackling the abuse. But the Jehovah's Witness leadership has erected other special obstacles.
Thanks for the sub.
Through a combination of maladaptive doctrines, it's created an organization that enables molesters and exiles their prey. One doctrine that protects molesters is something called the two-witness rule. Based on passages from Deuteronomy and 1 Timothy, the two-witness rule demands that congregational leaders, called elders, have to hear the testimony of at least 2 witnesses to convict an abuser. Obviously, the private nature of child sexual abuse renders this condition extremely improbable. In the absence of 2 witnesses, a confession is required from the abuser. If no confession is made, the matter is considered to be in the hands of Jehovah. So, all abusers have to do to enjoy a life of carefree child molestation is make sure they're not seen and decline to confess. This astounding leniency in favor of the abuser isn't always evident with other offenses. Shepherd the Flock of God, a judicial guidebook for elders, gives a hypothetical case in which a married man is observed to stay overnight at the house of his secretary, but denies committing adultery. Despite the fact that there are no witnesses to adultery and no confession has been obtained, it's claimed that there's strong enough circumstantial evidence of sexual impropriety to warrant judicial action, and even allow the wife to divorce and remarry, which is a rare privilege among Jehovah's Witnesses, who generally equate remarriage with adultery, based on Matthew 19, verse 9. So, for adults, just seeing someone go in and out of a house is enough to establish adultery. Meanwhile, abused children need multiple witnesses or a confession. Otherwise, case closed. The governing body likes to project the image of an organization beyond reproach. To maintain this illusion, congregations are instructed to...
Hang on a sec. I just want to say that all of this bothers me. Like, obviously, but in more ways than just what he's mentioned. Our sex culture is just all types of fucked up. And this just isn't even about Christianity. I have some friends... I'm going to put it to y'all real like this. I'm not married. But I put it to you this way. I have some married friends who, if I was married, I wouldn't leave alone with my spouse or significant other. Just facts. And there are limits to how much I trust people like that. Because, again, if you share a home with somebody and you lay down in the bed with them more nights than not, and you tell them they love them, and you start a family with them and all that shit, and you lie to their fucking face every goddamn day, then I really just believe that there are limits to your loyalty, and I don't expect you to be more loyal to me than the mother of your goddamn children. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if you one of them lying-ass, cheating type of persons, you might want to grow the fuck up out of that, because you might not realize it, but it has consequences for relationships beyond just your significant other. Like your friends and coworkers and colleagues is paying attention, and we might think, yeah, you all right, and you ain't fucking me over when you cheat on them, but yeah, I see that and definitely don't trust you as much as somebody who I'm like, that person at least ain't lying to the motherfucker they say they love more than any other person on the planet. And I know shit gets complicated, but I'm just saying I got to think about that shit. Now, where am I going with this? It's some type of fucked up that a man and a woman really can't spend the night at one another's house on some shit. Like, if you're out of town and you can't, like, stay in a fucking suite with your secretary and not fuck because y'all are out of town, out of work thing. Like, I just think the world sucks if that's who humans really are. Y'all suck. We all suck. We failed. The human social system is broke. Like, I don't mean to sound old-fashioned or whatever it is, but I would like to think if I'm fucking out of town on the other side of the country and I had to leave behind my spouse or significant other and they're under the weather or some shit, I could hit up a friend, hit up Uncle Bobby, hit up a homeboy. Hey, can you go by, check on my lover, make sure they're okay, tell her I love her, see if she needs anything from the store, make sure she's getting enough fluids, see if she needs an extra set of hands or something. Cool, thanks, appreciate it. And I gotta worry about whether or not he gonna be trying to get his dick wet, or I could trust them enough to resist his advances. I just ain't got no fucking friends in this world, and ain't nobody I should be in a serious relationship with. So that's just, so on one side, it's all types of fucked up that just because man and woman go behind closed door, any sexual allegations are legit. Maybe that's the way it is, but holy shit. And then on the flip side, like, it makes me think of, like, the university, like, the whole thing with child, where you're going to require them to have 2 witnesses to their own abuse, which is just, they knew how dog shit that was when they wrote that. But, like, you know, most of the time when we train undergraduate researchers, we work with, undergrads. So they're of age, legal age. But sometimes we have underage students in the lab, either, in some kind of high school research program or, entering freshmen, that type of thing. And so they'll be 17 or, maybe 16. And it automatically triggers all types of protocols. Everybody's got to go through extra training, get extra certification for working with minors. And then literally there has to be like at least 2 people with them at all times. And like I had it, you know, I was working with a young lady over the summer that was in our lab, and I made sure somebody else was always on the calls with her, and it was Skype, like it was like remote, but like you just don't take those chances when you know you have a minor under your supervision. You do it with the extra super. You do it. You want to do it because you want to make sure everything's above board. So the fact that they got this culture where, you know, they're not really trying to do things above reproach to begin with, and then on top of that, they're gonna fix their monkey asses to actually, you know, create some systematic policies that totally just, you know, oh man, and this is what I mean, only in a structure where you ain't got no oversight and everybody's too holy to even be questioned can this type of shit happen like this.
Shun individuals regarded as troublesome, including close relatives.
Yeah, who gates the watchkeeper?
This is based on a line from 1 Corinthians. Remove the wicked man from among yourselves. This doctrine might seem perfect for ridding the organization of abusers.
Thanks for the sub,
Instead,
Phil Quinn.
It repeatedly works to expel the abused.
There we go.
There are 2 main paths to getting shunned. The voluntary path is disassociation. Here, the person quits the organization, making a formal declaration of departure. They'll then be treated as if they no longer exist. The involuntary path is disfellowshipping. Here, the organization expels and shuns individuals who are deemed unrepentantly guilty of wicked deeds. These include offences like theft and assault, but also extend to the following: artificial insemination by donor, which is equated with adultery, celebrating Christmas or participating in interfaith activities, smoking or selling tobacco, professional boxing, failure to abstain from blood transfusions, and associating with disfellowshipped individuals. Another offence is causing divisions, which can be applied to anyone who challenges or criticises the governing body. Disassociation and disfellowshipping.
Gang, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to keep this going. I'm going to hit the speaker so I can hear it, and when I come back, we will we'll do one more toast before we wrap this thing on.
Both favour the molester. When their abuser's guilt is left in Jehovah's hands, children face the prospect of risking ongoing re-traumatization by remaining in congregations that protect their abusers. Inevitably, some children will feel driven to dissociate. For the abuser, there's no incentive to disassociate. So, disassociation works in the abuser's favour. The threat of disfellowshipping has been repeatedly used to silence allegations. Washington resident Erica Garza initially confided to her father about her sexual abuse, perpetrated by his best friend. As an elder, he'd been instructed never to call the police. But when the organization took no action, Erica said she'd go to the police herself. Her elders said if she did, she'd be disfellowshipped and condemned by Jehovah. Despite this, she went ahead, and her abuser was charged and convicted on 4 counts. Erica and her supportive family were shunned. Child safety advocates also get disfellowshipped for speaking out. Barbara Anderson was a Jehovah's Witness for 43 years. In the 1990s, working as a researcher at the Watchtower headquarters in New York, she found files containing hundreds of accusations against male and female members, along with evidence that the organization had privately settled numerous expensive abuse lawsuits. After discussing these facts in a 2002 Dateline NBC News report, she was disfellowshipped. She said she was later told thousands of members had left the religion following the report, and that she'd been blamed for their annihilation in the coming Armageddon. While abused children and their advocates are threatened with disfellowshipping merely for seeking the justice their organization fails to provide, for the shrewd abuser, the threat of disfellowshipping is non-existent. In 2002, BBC's Panorama reported the case of Ian Cousins, who confessed to elders that he'd molested one of his daughters. Their response? He was instructed to apologize, sent home with the daughter he molested, and the congregation was informed that he'd been reproved for an unspecified wrongdoing. Incredibly, that was it. This is the organization that accused the Catholic Church of taking no significant disciplinary action. Unsurprisingly, with no consequences to constrain him, Cousins continued molesting his daughter. When she moved out to escape the abuse, he turned on his other daughter, Alison. Like her sister, Alison said she informed an elder of the abuse, but was accused of lying, even though they had access to his previous confession of abuse. Eventually, she told elders unless they did something, she'd call the police. In the following police investigation, Alison learned of her sister's abuse and her father's confession. The Panorama report noted, when he confessed to congregation elders, Cousins got a mild rebuke. When he confessed in court, he got 5 years in jail. In 2015, another abused individual explained how the organization rationalizes its rejection of secular authorities in abuse cases. Testifying anonymously to the Australian Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse, she recounted being threatened with disfellowshipping if she called the police by an elder who quoted 1 Corinthians 6, verse 1-8, which forbids taking brothers to court. The Commission heard evidence that the organisation had kept records of 1,006 alleged abusers in Australia since 1950. None of them reported to the police. I'll be exploring the Royal Commission's investigation in a future video. Apparently, this factual justification doesn't extend to all crime. In 2016, a letter to the elders regarding their kingdom halls, their places of worship, stated that theft and vandalism should be promptly reported to the local authorities. It explains, when property damage occurs, quick action can go far in preventing further damage. Is that sentiment any less true of damage to children? Are children less important than property? By its actions, the organization reveals its true values. Jehovah's Witness literature repeatedly plays on wolf and sheep imagery, comparing non-witnesses and ex-witnesses to oppressive, wicked wolves, intent on attacking a pure and vulnerable flock. In reality, the doctrines of the Jehovah's Witness leadership systematically protect the wolves inside the organization, while forcing the sheep out of the flock. Is it plausible that a benevolent, superintelligent divine being would create such a glaringly flawed system? Or does this ugly mess have distinctly human fingerprints all over it? It's disorientating enough when survivors of child abuse get shunned by an organization that claims to champion children, but they're hit by another curveball when the organization's representatives refuse to admit that it practices shunning. Whether it's in news interviews, in door-to-door preaching, or in court hearings under...
And I think this can be a form of gaslighting. I know for me, one of the things that really set me off when I tried to talk to my family was like my mom tried to act like all of a sudden she didn't take her Christianity that seriously. Like all of a sudden they didn't understand why this topic's so important to me. All of a sudden they didn't understand why I want to talk about religion. Me, who was dragged out of bed every day every Sunday for the better part of 20 years. After they tell you it's their identity and they can't answer the phone without Jesus, they can't eat a meal without thanking Jesus, they can't pull a car out the driveway without thanking Jesus, it's a rich form of it'll set you off.
Divine oath. When the subject of shunning comes up, witnesses repeatedly go into cover-up mode. Suddenly, this strictly enforced doctrine gets misrepresented as a matter of personal choice. Some witnesses even play the prejudice card, complaining that the term shunning evokes unwelcome stereotypes.
And let me say something about shunning in particular, y'all. It doesn't have to be excommunication, right? It can be what I think of as almost like that Cold War in your social circle, right? That everybody treats you different than they used to. For me, it was like a big, like, I don't know how anybody in my family could act like I wasn't turned into the black sheep of the family, because growing up, I was treated like the crown prince. Everybody was jealous of how well I was treated. Nobody would be jealous of how well I'm treated now. Y'all see the difference? I mean, like, to act like nothing's changed about the way they love me, no. Nope. So you go from being celebrated for your holiness, your righteousness, how much you're such an outstanding, great person, you're handsome, you're stellar, you're wonderful. Any person would be so lucky. The men should want to be like you. All the ladies are going to want to be with you. So all of a sudden they're like, Well, I mean, yeah, I guess if you don't have anything to do this year, and if you don't think traveling home would be too much of an inconvenience, I suppose. Let me think about the menu. I guess we could feed one more if you're. Now you don't think. Now you're alone, right? You don't have any. You know what I'm saying? So it don't have to be like you're excommunicated. No one's allowed to say your name around here anymore. It could just be that ass backwards treatment you're getting all of a sudden.
The organization's subterfuge regarding shunning extends to its website, jw.org. In its FAQ article,
the bomb has like a couple minute timeout, I think, like 2 minutes.
It even dodges its own question. The article says baptized witnesses who drifted away or no longer
Listen, y'all, everything's been friendly tonight, but just y'all gonna be happy for the bot. Wait till about 3-4 of them sex bots come through in a row. Then Otangelo and Robert Beatty and all the religious tart fuck faces and all the Kent Hovind fans come back, and they see that's why we gotta have that bot on like a murderer's row. That's why the bot is so strict. That bot is on troll patrol.
Are not shunned. This is a misleading example. The organization doesn't classify these individuals as former members. They're called inactive members or faders. To become former members, they'd have to disassociate or get disfellowshipped. Then they would be shunned. The article claims if a man is disfellowshipped and his wife and children are Jehovah's Witnesses, normal family affections and dealings continue. This is another misleading example. Relatives living in the same household are considered a special case, in that the organization allows a degree of association. What the article neglects to mention is that if disfellowshipped family members ever move out of the house, barring necessary family business, they can be shunned like any stranger.
Yeah, it's nice
as the organization comments with apparent relish. If the disfellowshipped or disassociated one is a relative living outside the immediate family circle and home, it might be possible to have almost no contact at all with the relative. The truth is, witnesses are told to avoid all normal contact with disfellowshipped relatives, including text messages and emails, and not to look for excuses to associate with them.
And this is interesting too, because there's something powerful about the word. I hate saying this as an atheist, but check it. We're all sitting in pews together, right? It's like, and the minister either reads, let's say, a scripture that's all, be willing to forsake your family for me, you should leave your inheritance, whatever, blah, right? All of that type of scriptural stuff. Or it could be something like this, a story or something like that. And it's and because it comes from the pulpit or source of authority, it reinforces the notion that this is a normalized behavior, even if it may not be. So let's say I'm sitting over here, my name just happens to be, I don't know, let me think of something completely random. Let's just say my name is, I got to think of a random name. Let's just say my name is Rebecca Davis. All right, so let's just say hypothetically, this name I just plucked out of thin air, Rebecca Davis. Let's just say my name's Rebecca Davis, and I have a fucked up ass YouTube channel called Bread of Life. And maybe even a secondary fucked up ass YouTube channel called Examining Evolution. I'm just making this up, and it's hypothetical. It's just a thought experiment. All right, so my name's Rebecca Davis, and I have an atheist son, and I think he's all types of fucked up. And then maybe I'm thinking this Bible is all like, make sure you don't adopt his customs, make sure you shut that shit down if he comes at you too hard, just make sure you make him know that Jesus is the reason for the season. And that it's all good, because in the end, as long as he's got a good heart, Jesus will love him anyway, or whatever. And I got this other friend over here, and let me just think. Let me just make up a completely random name here. Let's just say his name's Cameron Bertuzzi, and let's just say this. I just completely made up this random name, Cameron Bertuzzi. Let's just say your name's Cameron Bertuzzi, and I know that Cameron Bertuzzi has a gay son. Now, I don't know for a fact that Cameron Bertuzzi has cut off his gay son, or is willing to, treat his gay son at an arm's length or whatever, right? Because maybe he always just sits on the other side of church. He always just sits way over there, so I never really talk to him that much. And, we're not in the same Bible study group, right? Y'all see where I'm going with this? The fact that we're in the room when this is preached from the pulpit, or this is pulled from the scripture, it gives me the impression that I should in fact live this way, or I should in fact follow through with this. And if I don't, it's probably something fucked up with me, because it allows me to assume, even if it's not true, that everybody else around me is likely to handle it the same way, or they think this is the right way to handle this, or they'd be trying to handle it the same way. And then the real fucked up part of it is, if you do go to bridge that gap and actually interact with people on this issue, it also provides them the justification for encouraging you in that way, which will reinforce the normalization of it. So they'll be like, oh, well, pastor says you should disassociate, or pastor says, if they're repressive, you really aren't supposed to have contact with repressives anymore. So now you're going to be like, oh shit, I actually opened up to, let's just say, I'm just going to pull another name. Like, I'm just going to create a name. Let me hit my little random name generator over here. Sean McDowell. So let's just say, Sean McDowell has a trans daughter. And when I go, I finally opened up to Sean McDowell about like my trans, and I thought he was going to say that, oh, well, I have a trans daughter and I'm still loving her. And he's like, no, I actually struggle with this because, pastor told me like I should go tell my trans daughter to go fuck off. So you should tell your atheist son to go fuck off. It's really problematic, y'all, because it bakes it into, again, it bakes it into the core of the system. It almost circles back around to where we started this fucking shindig, where we can really now start to see this and speak to it, hopefully, as doctrinal. It's a doctrinal problem. It's beyond personal. Yes, it's also systematic, but it is fundamentally baked into your religion and the way you guys go about your business, because it's baked right into your doctrine.
Witnesses who maintain unnecessary association with disfellowshipped relatives can be disfellowshipped themselves.
Me, the rectory, don't tell your parents.
How does an organization that claims to represent the truth justify its deliberate use of deception to conceal the sexual abuse of children and the doctrine of shunning to which many of those abused children are then subjected? Jehovah's Witness literature claims all lying is bad and quotes biblical passages denouncing lies as detestable to Jehovah. But like David Berg, the organization gives itself license to deceive. Just as Berg had his deceivers yet true doctrine, the Jehovah's Witness governing body has its own version, theocratic war strategy, or theocratic warfare. Like Berg's doctrine, it strictly forbids lying to fellow members. Like Berg's doctrine, it denounces lying for selfish motives. And like Berg's doctrine, it asserts that non-members are not entitled to the truth. Putting these two groups side by side highlights the perversity of these doctrines.
Hey, man!
Here we have two groups who would each accuse the other of false teaching.
This makes sense!
Nope. I'm disagreeing with this redeem, y'all. This doesn't make sense. Hey, man! This isn't making any sense. Y'all, I swear, we have been at 370 to 75 subscribers for like a hot minute. Maybe like a month or so, which is fine. Like I tell people, don't complain about the thousands of subscribers you don't have. Get up there and put on a good show for the hundreds of subscribers you do have. Because, by the way, they're real people and they want a fucking show. Like, I hate when people talk like that. If I'm one of your first 10 subscribers, stop sitting around talking about how you want to have 100,000 subscribers. Like, my ass isn't tuning in every day to watch you. Put on a goddamn... Nigga, get up there and sing for your supper. Shake it, shake it, shake it or something. Do some something. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do something for the subscribers you have, man. Sometimes that growth mentality get kind of toxic. But literally, man, this is gonna be close to 100 subs in half a day or something like that. That Derek effect doesn't it's illogical. It's irrational. It's irrational. There's no objective basis for the Derek Lambert effect. There just isn't. It's irrational. It's illogical.
Wouldn't consider them entitled to know the truth. Both groups claim their own brand of deception is fine, while the other group's is wicked. They're mirror images, each accusing the other while exonerating themselves.
Thanks, Max. Appreciate
this is the absurdity that results from the hypocritical systems of supremacist groups who judge others on standards they themselves decline to follow. The governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses claims deception is only used to prevent harm or persecution. But does covering up child abuse qualify as preventing harm or persecution? The problem becomes clear when we bring back the Catholic Church. If the governing body wants to defend its...
love right back to Australia, man. I am in Michigan, and we are known for keeping odd hours out here on the interwebs. And, we've been going earlier and earlier, especially during the week. But I love to go back to our old school bread and butter, which is late night counter apologetics. And a big part of that was we caught a lot of international people. And, I think Caterpillar's down there. So, we're always hoping to grow our community throughout the world, man. So that's awesome. That's awesome. Glad to hear you're enjoying the show from Australia.
Cover up on the grounds of preventing harm or persecution. It has to accept the same defense from the Catholic Church over its cover-up. More to the point, if it rejects that defense from the Catholic Church, it has no defense itself. Another hypocrisy regarding the Catholics concerns the guilt trip Jehovah's Witness elders repeatedly use to stop children reporting their abuse to the authorities.
Thanks, Caterpillar.
Children are told they'll bring reproach on Jehovah's name. But in its many criticisms regarding Catholic child abuse, did the governing body reproach their God? No, it reproached the Church, the Pope, the clergy, the humans who allowed it. Likewise, when cases of child abuse by Jehovah's Witnesses emerge, no one's reproaching Jehovah. They're reproaching the organization, the governing body, the elders, the humans who allow it. Telling children
and I'm gonna kind of go ahead and say, as a critic of the church and a critic of belief as practiced by believers, I think sometimes we do get that a bit tangled. I'm going to go ahead and admit I'm probably contributing a bit to the problem there, because I think there's a certain amount that we feel a need to direct the person in that group. Hey, you got to look at this shit. You got to stop fucking around. You got to look what's going on in that church square in the face and deal with it. And in that process, I think that guilt by association that a person's naturally going to feel, I think, reinforces kind of this cover-up tendency. Whereas I think we could probably work a little harder, to be honest, to just be clear about, this is a failure of a person, a failure of an organization, so that people don't start to feel like we're putting that guilt upon them. I mean, even in some of these cases where, there's some let's just say, contemporary evangelical congregations that are direct descendants of some incredibly racist congregations. You know, the fact that, you know, they're just trying to rebrand themselves and dissociate from that legacy, I think is what we want, right? And so I know when I heard that story and there's others like it, I'm happy to hear the history, but I'm happy to let them rebrand themselves at the end of the day, right? And I'm not, it's the same way, like I don't think I mistreat my Catholic friends because of the sex scandal in the Catholic Church. We shouldn't finger point at evangelicals for what type of abuses are happening in evangelical churches or cults or whatever.
They'll bring reproach on Jehovah isn't just emotionally abusive, it's a lie. The organization's cover-up regarding shunning also fails to qualify as preventing harm or persecution. It does put the organization in a very unattractive light, but it's an accurate light. The abusive nature of shunning is something the organization itself unwittingly acknowledged in a 2013 Awake article about the silent treatment. It noted with disapproval how some people use the silent treatment to punish or to manipulate others into compliance. It even asked readers if that was really how they want to treat people they love. That question can be thrown right back at the governing body in regards to shunning. The Jehovah's Witness organization is a group wrestling with huge internal contradictions, wanting to project a pure, morally clean image to an outside world it despises, and in the process, neglecting and abusing its own members in the most callous, heartless ways.
Wow. By their fruits you will recognize them. Yeah, the fruits is rotten and all types of bitter and fucked up. Oh man. All right, gang, we have made it. That was super fun. I wanna sort of the show's been super fun. That wasn't a super fun topic. But it has been a fun broadcast, and hey, that's what I had lined up for today. So it ended up being kind of a fun stream with Derek and a little bit of fun here, and then kind of getting into a serious topic. But I think it's in line with everything we've been talking about. We spend a lot of time in this community, actually, and I want to give especially a shout out to James and Nidimos, especially for prompting us to have conversations about abusive relationships, abusive organizations, abusive personality types, the narcissist playbook, all of that. And right in line with the soft culting and, my sort of broader goals, because I don't think the key to, I love the fact that evolution is a science that people feel passionately about and is certainly relevant to a lot of the conversations we have in this community. But ultimately, I'm convinced that for most of us, really making a difference in our quality of life is going to come from finding community, and then maybe realizing how to live out our truth with the people in our lives. And so I think we see this same pattern that we saw in this video. It may not be, hopefully it's not in many cases, the type of extreme stuff you could write a horror film about type of abuses, but we know the same type of thinking, the same type of indoctrination, the same type of rhetoric about outsiders and non-believers, and can just severely limit a person's coping skills, their emotional and social maturity, and then ultimately their ability to relate to others. So I certainly hope it was useful in being able to recognize the pattern, even if you see that pattern in what are hopefully less extreme examples. And to keep it 100, I don't think we're all trying to grow. Remember when I was in high school at a Catholic school, there were some training priest. I want to say he was we called him brother at the time. We weren't calling him father. So he wasn't finished yet, but he certainly had a collar. I know he had some inappropriate relationships with a bunch of female students. There was also like, I guess, the athletic director or something at my school. Me and him had a personal thing because he was like, I don't know, from a Caribbean nation, Trinidad or something. He was dark skinned. Let's just put it that way. I was the only African American student, but we had a couple faculty members who were also dark skinned because they were not from Africa or African American, but nevertheless. Anyway, like, he was messing around with girls, and then he was like going out of his way to like get in touch with parents and like give me a bad reputation, and like tell them bad things about me that weren't true. So it was kind of weird, like being player hated on by a faculty member because they see you as competition and you're not even, let's just say it took a long time for me to put all this shit together. But I remember, especially in the latter situation, because the sort of priest in training was reassigned, but the second situation wasn't. And I remember really, like, at one point wanting to speak out about it, and so everybody knew it was super fucked up. But I remember, like, my peers, like the other girls in my class, like stopping me, being like, "You don't want to do this. You're gonna be the source of tremendous pain and embarrassment for all these families. Like, you're gonna drag the reputation of the school down. You're always gonna be remembered as that person." And ultimately, at least in the case of, this particular person with the girls they were dealing with, like, these girls know what they're doing. There wasn't anything unconsensual. Though certainly was highly inappropriate. So, when I look back at it, I think I, didn't ultimately follow through with my convictions. And I'm sure a lot of other people have seen things that they wish they did more about. So I just put that out there to say I'm not here to judge anybody or seem like some perfect beacon of virtue. Y'all will learn that about me quickly. I've been all types of fucked up. I've been locked up. No, not that type of locked up. That type of locked up. Yeah, you got it. Both types. The types where the legal system is pissed at you, and the other type where they like, yeah, you kind of off and you might be a harm to yourself or others, so you got to get tucked away for that too. I've been there. I've been all types of fucked up. I've been a part of the prosecution intern for the prosecutor's office and the prosecuted. So. It's all love. We're not here to pass judgment on anybody, but yeah, we're all trying to figure it out, and all of those perspectives have a role to play, whether it's, perpetrators who certainly need to switch it on up immediately, victims who need to be more encouraged to speak out, organizations that need to be held responsible, especially when they put policies in place that facilitate this type of shit. And then, just sort of run-of-the-mill bystanders who look the other way or fail to act because of the inconvenience and discomfort it would cause to ourselves, you know. So yeah, all good. Want to share with y'all a couple of fun little I don't know, memes or whatever that one of our Cameron sent to me just as a bit of a palate cleanser, just to end with a bit of a fun bit. No God has ever personally told me that it wants my worship. It's always humans telling me what their God wants. This is like the atheist version of something my grandmother would send to me on Facebook, right? Like, you know, your grandmother sends you that scripture with this type of imagery on it and the scripture down there and shit. This was fun getting like the atheist version of that. I love this. Let's over to the Outlook and spot and watch your friends and family burn in hell. Let's head over to the Lookout spot and watch your friends and family burn in hell. Yeah, I love that. The book of Job, because God loves you so much, he will kill everyone you love, take everything you own, and give you painful diseases just so he can win a bet with the devil. Oh, man. There was another one, too, that basically was like Christians in the year 3048 or something. What does it say? Christians in the year 3048. We are in the last days. That was a comment on the video. Oh, man. Really, really fun stuff. Hey, Sam. He's getting tired. He's getting ready for bed. I need to get some food and get ready for bed myself. But before I do, cheers, gang. I appreciate everybody for watching. Thanks to all the new subs. I don't know how we ended up with this crazy ass day getting like 100 subs in a single day or whatever, but I want to thank Derek. For those that don't know, Derek is not faking the funk or putting on an act. I was just sitting at home chilling, working on some shit. Derek called me, yo, Jay, you want to go live? Yeah, sure. You know, and we went live about an hour and a half later. But he always calls and checks on me and gives me lots of advice about how to grow on YouTube. And, you know, right now I'm working on, you know, the studio renovations, getting all my new gear in that way. When I do, I can take advantage of Derek's advice with my highest production value possible. So some of those things are just taking a little bit of time, but always appreciate his advice and guidance. We try to stay in touch with each other. And, you know, he always calls me just to chat and catch up. And he actually called me after this stream, you know, so he called me just to let me know he was happy and he thought things went well and he's getting a lot of good feedback and, you know, and we chit chat then for a few minutes. So I really consider Derek a friend. He really befriends most of the people you see on his channel. And he's really a part of our lives. You know, he called me earlier this week. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning or something. And we sat there and just chit chat for an hour and kicked it and came up with ideas and told some stories. So the Derek you see on camera is the Derek we all know and have come to love off camera. He's the same person. So I'm sure y'all appreciate knowing that. But yeah, I want to thank Derek. That was a tremendous opportunity. I hope to be on Mythvision again. And obviously we have a class coming up in the in the spring. So look forward to that. I want to thank all the new subs and viewers. I really appreciate all you guys. I hope you enjoy our streaming community here. There's a lot of other content creators in our community. Myself and Uncle Bobby, Gin and Truth on YouTube. The link is in the description. We'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for the blackout. At least that's the game plan. Yeah, I know Uncle Bobby going to watch that World Cup final, so card subject to change due to weather or alcohol consumption. And then at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, we will do Hot Program with my one black friend. So his link is in the description as well. There's a link for James Apperson and Nidamos and Mythvision. So check out all the mods and co-hosts. I think maybe Cameron Bennett, of course, OG Roddy. It's airplanemode.com. Thanks to all the mods. Appreciate all you guys. And before we get out of here, let's have some fun. Let's take up a little offering. We should introduce our new viewers to our offering song. Let's go! If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy, put your money in. Sing the goddamn song, motherfucker! If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy, put your money in the plate. Link in the description. Oh, yeah. All right, folks. Man, what else should we do? All right. Before we get on out of here, wouldn't be a proper church service without that motherfucking altar call. Now we gotta get this shit right. I gotta change my screen over here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I feel that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm feeling that. Oh, I need to let the headphones in. Let me see this. Woo! And you can be a non-believer. You can be a non-believer. I spit it. Everybody needs to be a non-believer. In the kitchen, you can be a non-believer. Staff down in the basement. Make sure you separate the colors in the white. Hot water on the... But God damn it, you can be a non-believer. I feel the spirit of doubt in you. Woo! Sorry, lady. But don't forget you can be a non-believer. Up there in the balcony, you can be a non-believer. You can be a non-believer. You can be a non-believer. In the overflow, in the parking lot, everybody can be a non-believer. Woo, it's Christmas time. Woo, we gotta deliver that spirit of doubt to them. Whoa, forgot to turn the speakers off. Sorry about that. Woo! Hope y'all had a great time. We'll see you next time. We'll be back tomorrow. What are we going to do tomorrow, gang? The same thing we do every day. We are taking over the internet. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof!
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. The hell's not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before.
Who said money? Give me your money. Give me money. Links in the description. Put your money in the plate. The plate is always open. We can always delay the ending of the show for financial contributions. Also, seriously, guys, link up with the gang and gather. We're going back to the Pinochle Lounge. We're going to watch some movies, play some games. Join us in Discord. Hit the Discord up. Oh, man, that's so funny. It doesn't matter to me. Stupid Horror Energy can donate. But yeah, I really appreciate that. But yeah, come join the Discord. Link up with the gang and gather. What should we do? We're not really in a rush. Let's find something fun real fast. Oh, man. Oh, shit. All right, here's what you guys need to be reminded of. There's a lot of new people, and so when you get invited to gather, just come in Discord. We'll invite you to gather. You got to help us find these documents. There are 11 confidential documents that some Trump-appointed moron left around our gather, and if we don't find them, the FBI is going to shut us down. Bonus content.
So shop muscles, or maybe Trump as an astronaut, boxing champion, or professional golfer. Trump had billed the debut of the cards as a major announcement. We'll let you be the judge. CNN's John Sarlin joins me now. John, does this seem to be anything more than Trump trying to make a quick buck? And I know that sounds astounding to some of our viewers. And is it working?
Well, it is working right now. This project has sold out. It's selling at right now around 5 times the $99 price. So a lot of money is coming in.
Are you fucking serious? All the news was that this was backfiring. This is working?
NFT marketplace and can see Trump's collection right up on the top. For anyone who has followed crypto, and specifically this crypto celebrity industry, it's always been a bit odd that Trump himself hasn't gotten in earlier, right? I mean, this is an industry that rewarded celebrities with a certain level of shamelessness who are willing to hawk these essentially worthless products onto their fans, while anyone who has a cursory knowledge of Trump's business dealings.
Sarah pees herself, but unfortunately never where I ask her to. Thank you so much for the tip, sweetie. I really, really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. It helps, you know, with the building fund, the weed fund, and the tuition fund. Because y'all know I got to get my dual PhD in spiritual acquisition and ministry development from that most prestigious Scrooge McDuck Bible University. So we appreciate all your contributions. We'll wrap up with this Trump clip. And please, y'all see this fool, man. This ain't an NFT game. We have real confidential documents around our gather, and they are threatening the security of our compound.
He knows that that is something that he would probably be interested in, right? This is like Trump steaks without the meat. And when you see Trump get involved in the crypto market, it's coming at a very interesting time in crypto, right?
Oh, no, I'm a jazz musician. We can improv. We're good. We're good to go.
FTX and FTX's former CEO, Sam Bankman-Fried.
I always got time to shit on Trump.
And those same celebrities who were endorsing crypto are now finding themselves on the wrong end of class action lawsuits. So President Trump has made this grand entrance into the crypto market at a very interesting time, and it's coming with a cost, right? This is someone who is literally running for president, and he teased it with that, as you said, with this major announcement. When that major announcement turned out to be this NFT collection, some of his closest allies saw it as beneath the former president and lashed out. People like Michael Flynn and Steve Bannon.
I can't do this anymore. He's one of the greatest presidents in history. They gotta take it.
All right, I was looking for this clip yesterday because we watched something else and it said that Steve Bannon turned on Trump, but then they didn't play this clip. So I have to hear that again because I just need to hear him say this. Say it again. Say it again.
Yeah.
People like Michael Flynn and Steve Bannon.
I can't do
Look at that awful stinger.
He's one of the greatest presidents in history, but I got to tell you, whoever, what business partner, and anybody in the comms team, and anybody in Mar-a-Lago, and I love the folks down there, but we're at war. They ought to be fired today.
Now, listen, I know a lot of y'all think this is crazy because hopefully you're not a fucking Trumpist. But we have some friends in our community who are, I say friends loosely, don't know how much you don't trust the Trumpists, but no, they're really nice to us. They're regular viewers, and we're trying hard to reach them. But they give us these same talking points, where Trump's the greatest president ever. Oh, I love the folks down there at Mar-a-Lago, and I'll tell you what. There's sort of a game. I don't want to call it a game. There's sort of a, I don't know if it's a dance. Like, what are we doing with some of these people? We're in the middle of a process. That's the best way to say it. We're in the middle of a process with some of these people where we are trying to figure out who they are. And a lot of the new people, you're going to have to weigh in here because we don't know. With a lot of these people, we really start off thinking that they are severely misinformed, bad actors, looking for community, looking for friends, essentially looking for a way out. But then it seems like when we offer that way out, they don't take it. And this is a perfect example of that, where you're like, holy shit, Steve Bannon turned on Trump. And then, of course, he starts halfway. He takes that one. He does the first step of the dance, right? This is too far. Oh, yeah, here we go. I'm sick of it. All right, Steve Bannon, you look like you got some damn testicles growing between your legs. I can't take this anymore. This is too much. All right, Steve Bannon, here we go. Here we go. They about to drop. He's the greatest president ever. No. You're going the wrong way. That's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. I mean, those folks down at Mar-a-Lago, I mean, we love them. We love them. They're the best. They're the best. They're the most bigly, greatest patriotic. Like, they just can't, like, and I'm sorry, like, here's the thing you got to help us understand. Are they being misled by really bad people? Or are they finally getting cover? Are they getting just enough plausible deniability to show us how bad they really want to be? I struggle with this. I don't want this to seem like I'm just shitting on Republicans or whatever. I struggle with this with my own family, y'all. I really don't know. Are they these really genuine ministering Christians? I mean, they visit the poor, they donate to the charity, they give to the schools, they wash the feet, they do all of the whatever the fuck you thought you were supposed to be doing as a Christian if you really were trying to follow Christ. They do that. But the goddamn problem is they're way too old to not know better. And at some point, even though you're trying to show these people the way out, there's only so much book burning, looking the other way. Bless your heart, I just see it differently. That you can take before you just say, these people are fucked up. And it's easy with Steve Bannon to call this out. It's not so easy with the fucking people that raised me and people like or love for whatever other reason. Thanks for the sub, James.
You came out with something that's so important, which I still don't think gets to the heart of it. And hey, you don't have three harder cores than Cortez, Bannon, and Sub Gorky.
So yes, Trump is selling these NFTs right now. They're currently trading for more than people initially paid for. But the question is,
5 times over?
Trump,
That's crazy.
Yeah. It is something when the fanboys are bummed, as Steve Bannon was just indicating. And, I mean, this just in. Sometimes Trump's claims are not what they're cracked up to be. Who knew? Let me ask you this, John. You just mentioned the collapse of FTX. You said, as you said, founder Sam Bankman-Fried was indicted this week on 8 criminal charges, including fraud and conspiracy. We should know this company was endorsed by multiple celebrities, including Tom Brady, Steph Curry. One celebrity, former OC star Ben McKenzie, slammed crypto in a Senate hearing this week. Let's watch.
The demise of FTX and Alameda represent the most spectacular corporate downfall since Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme.
And thanks again, Harley's Quinn.
Of the great financial crisis. In my opinion, the cryptocurrency industry represents the largest Ponzi scheme in history.
Wow.
In fact, by the time the dust settles, Crypto may well represent a fraud, at least 10 times bigger than Madoff.
Wow.
What do you think, John? Is crypto heading to the crypt? What do you think?
Wow.
Well, the fall of FTX had a tremendously negative effect on the crypto market. I mean, Bitcoin is still selling for many thousands of dollars, but this sense of inevitability that people in the crypto industry projected, that this was the future of finance, that it would replace fiat, those prospects, while always a little pie in the sky, now seem fairly ridiculous. But as this Trump NFT collection shows, that when prices start to go up, there will always be people willing to gamble that they are on the right side of a bubble.
No true words have been spoken, and that might also be understatement of the year in certain regards there when it comes to talking about Trump and crypto for that matter. All right, John Sarland, thanks very much.
So this ends up being kind of a sweet note to end on, because I was mentioning this to Derek a bit, and I think I'm gonna do a stream on it here, which is to sort of talk about YouTube as not just being a problematic platform, but as fundamentally having a problem with its content creators and its viewers. And I don't want this to seem like sour grapes. I think I'm a kind of new out here, and I think I get a lot of support for what I do, and I think most of the people in my community feel the same way. But I often say that there's no such thing as a big content creator in our community. And I always say, just take a look at Derek at Mythvision or Paula Gia or Aaron Ra or whoever you like, and then compare their numbers to, a right-wing grifter of equal renown or a Christian apologist that they, interact with or make content about. I mean, you're talking about a difference in usually an order of magnitude 2 or 3. It's wild. the difference. I remember when I debated Ken Hovind, right? We were probably around the 300 sub mark, or below that, I think, maybe even. And he was, north of 250,000. Right? I got a dual PhD from Michigan State University. Got a fucking horseshit correspondence PhD from a goddamn trailer. What I'm getting at is, let's set aside our personal numbers. It's just about, let's look at this and say, is this a marketplace of ideas? And this was really prompted actually by Dr. Fauci. I was listening to some Dr. Fauci interview. He's kind of making a transition in his career this year or whatever. And he was talking about how he feels like Twitter is a cesspool of misinformation. I'm old school Johnny Cochran guy, so my ears perk up every time I hear the word cesspool. But when he said that, I was like, wow, and I guess he's just not on YouTube that much, but I think you'd have to say the same thing about YouTube. If Twitter's a cesspool of misinformation, then so is YouTube. But even worse than that, rather than just being a cesspool of misinformation, there's this bigger problem where it's this marketplace of ideas, and people are in the market for shitty fucking ideas. And I'm not even talking about scientific misinformation, disinformation. Obviously with Fauci, he's concerned about something like COVID misinformation, stuff that has public health consequences. But just think about the shit like bigotry and racism trending in the wrong direction, misogyny trending in the wrong direction, anti-Semitism trending in the wrong direction. And you look at all the content creators that are spewing this shit, and they're just doing crazy numbers. They're doing videos that they don't give a fuck. They're doing videos for hundreds of thousands of people. They don't give a fuck if the video gets demonetized because it's so hateful, because they're getting so much on their sponsors. So they're like, oh yeah, y'all, hit my links in the description. Make sure you support my Patreon. Y'all notice this video is going to get demonetized. That hate speech, but my sponsors don't care, right? Like, this is craziness. Like, it's scary. Like, that's scary, y'all. And then the thing is, the way the algorithm works or something, it's like, I'm more worried that like I've gotten hate warning things and different warnings and shit on like Twitch and YouTube because I'll play a clip of like Steven Anderson saying some hateful crap about our LGBT fam, and I'm more worried about getting my shit struck down for critiquing them than like they are for saying their shit. Like, Kanye's gonna get up there like, I love fucking Hitler. Like, I'm all about the Hitler. And I'm worried, like, if I make a stream...
I'm sick of all these little baby Christians that they're like, stop fighting.
If I make a stream title that says, fuck Kanye because he said he loves Hitler, they're gonna be like, Jay, that's hate speech. Now, Jay, that's just political extremism on YouTube. Now, this is the platform. There's no room for that type of hate speech and spam on YouTube, right? But if you pull up with a black mask, like, yo, the Jews run the world, stole my wife from me, and they moved Kim out the way so that I could go DEFCON 3 on the Jews because God wanted me to go DEFCON on the Jews. You're good to go, bro. What the fuck is going on this platform, right? And that's the same thing you see with Trump. It's like he does this crypto fucking nightmare. It's god awful. But even after all the criticism, they just eat that shit up. It's the number one trending thing in crypto. And then when we talk about the cost to it, it's really just that old fraudulent ass Donald Trump finally getting in crypto will finally be the thing that helps people realize maybe we ought to think twice about where we're going with crypto. Oh, this is a nightmare. It's just some dystopian nightmare. Like, the former president starts selling digital trading cards, and it becomes a national nightmare because of what it says about a digital marketplace, rather than the fact that this person was the 45th president of the United States of America. And if we play our cards right, aka wrong, he'll also be the fucking 47th, the rate we're going. We got to talk more about this. We don't have time to get all into it tonight, but I really want us to think about, like, what does this say about where we're at right now? Because it's almost unregulated. It's almost free. It is just as easy to subscribe to Uncle Bobby or Derek at Mythvision as it is to subscribe to Fuckface William Lane Craig. And it just seems at some point we should concede that we're losing this marketplace of ideas thing. and it seems like the conclusion that I'll argue for then, that I've been wrestling with now, is that at least in economic terms, having the truth on our side is not quite as valuable as you would think. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for the support. Stupid Her Energy, thank you so much for the donations. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks to Derek. Thanks to the Mod Squad. Thanks to each of you, whether you watch now, later, or never. Whenever works for you, works for me. Please like, share, subscribe, do all the things. Check out my mods and co-hosts. Their links are also in the description. Appreciate everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. The show closing was so nice. Why not do it twice? In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof!
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause she heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too balls. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Thick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking za. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for lust. I waste my time. I got demons in my closet. I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong. They wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again. Not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen.